excited for some taxes? Taxes. In all seriousness, my name is Matt Pine. I'm the Director of Economic Mobility at United Way of the Mid-South, who runs the Free Tax Credit program. But really, I am just here to say thank you, because we could not run this program without volunteers, and we constantly need new volunteers for the program. And so I just really appreciate you. Volunteers are the lifeblood of the program, and you are stepping into work that does really matter. Last year, because of volunteers like you, we served almost 10,000 families in the Mid-South. And we returned people over $11 million in refunds and saved people more than $2.5 million here in preparation fees. That's real impact. That's money that stays in people's pockets, it stays in the community, it helps families pay rent, cover utilities, and build breathing room. And that's what this program is about, and that's why I'm so excited to have you here. For many of the people we serve, this is the safe option for taxes. They rely on us not just for free tax preparation, but for accurate service that protects them from scams and predatory preparers, which we know there's a lot of that out there. And so that's why we're here. We're trying to prevent that and make sure people have a place to go that's trusted and completely free. And so that's why I'm so excited. So we're teaching taxes, so it's a little bit of a long training. So there's no way around it, but it's definitely necessary. We serve thousands of people every year, and we want you to feel prepared when a client sits across from you and has questions. And I want you to have confidence that you know the answer. And you're also building great skills, I think, right? I think this is just a good skill to have. And so you are not going to be expected to know everything right away. Every site that we have has experienced site coordinators who've been doing this for 10, 20. We've got people who've been doing this for 40 years. And so if you have questions, our staff will be here, and there will be people to answer your questions. But volunteers who do stick with the training and volunteer with us, they all tell us the same thing. It does get easier, and the experience is deeply rewarding. That's what I'm talking about. We've had volunteers coming back 10, 20, 30, 40 years because they really do love the work. So to training, it's tax training. It's going to feel a little long at times, but I think you are learning good skills. And when you start doing the work with the community, you're really going to feel that. And we have we have a 99% customer satisfaction rate, and I really like to hold that up because people just love the service. We have almost no complaints. We're doing 10,000 returns. The amount of inaccurate returns that we do, the amount of complaints that we have, it's not zero, but it's so close to zero. And that is because of the amazing training that we do and our amazing volunteers. And so that's why we think this is so important. So by committing to this training, you're choosing to be a part of something that does matter deeply to our community. So I'm just really grateful that you're here. So thank you. And with that, I will turn it over to Hunter, the great program manager, who's been emailing me this whole time.
Hey everyone. I don't really have much to add to what Matt said. Y'all have emailed me, so I'm Hunter. It's so great to be y'all in person. Just really, like Matt was saying, thank y'all so much for being here. This will be my 8th year doing a private tax program in Memphis, Tennessee. And it is a really, really important program that really opens a lot of doors to a lot of people who might not otherwise have easy, inaccessible, and free options. So it's something that I really care about. So y'all being here, on a chilly Saturday in January for a tax training, that's a commitment. I'm really, really appreciative of y'all being here. And I encourage y'all, don't get too overwhelmed with things. Like Matt said, it's a long training because we teach you, how to be prepared for anything. Most of what y'all will see will be things like W-2s, 1099s, things like that. We want y'all prepared for everything. And then on top of that, we go through a lot of numbers here, but really in practice, it's about the people, it's about talking to people, it's about understanding the situation, it's about helping them out, whatever situation they're in. In terms of numbers, a lot of what we do really is they're going to give us a form, we're going to type the numbers on that form into TaxSlayer on a computer, and TaxSlayer is going to do all the math. We don't have calculators or anything like that. So even though we're gonna go through a lot of numbers, don't feel like it's all about the numbers, it's about the people. We gotta know where to type the numbers of parts, so we wanna make sure we cover that. But yeah, if you have any questions, y'all should all have my email. I've been emailing you. If you don't, I'm happy to give it to you. Just flag me down. But you know, we're really, really grateful that y'all are here. We couldn't do this without you. And we're looking forward to another year. So if you have any questions, let me know. But I will hand it off to Lucretia. She is our instructor for the day, and I'll let her get going.
Thank you. Hello and good morning.
Hi, good morning.
As Hunter and Matt said, my name is Lucretia. I am an IRS employee. I'm holding this. I have been doing VITA since 2012. Have been doing the training with United Way since 2018. And so VITA is something that is near and dear to my heart. It's something that I absolutely love. If I could do it every day, I would. I would give up the IRS board. Because we are helping low-income taxpayers. And so when you get into doing VITA, when you get to sit across from the taxpayers that you sit across, we'll have some, I'm sure that complaints that men talk about this because somebody bad because they owe something that you couldn't do. I'm sure that's because when you sit across from these taxpayers, they are completely grateful that you are doing this service for them, A, and B, that this service is free. A lot of them are surprised that this service is completely free for them and that you are doing it for them. And so this is something that once you get involved in it, you will always want to be involved in it because you are making a difference to these taxpayers because a lot of them cannot afford to pay the outrageous fees of getting these taxes prepared. And so to sit across from you to get it done for absolutely free, they're grateful for it. And so today, as Hunter said, we will go over for the next 3 training sessions, we will go over a lot of information. This information is not something that you have to retain. Some of it we will. This 4012 that you have, we won't go into a lot of it today. But what I like to do, I call the 4012 your Bible. When I go into a VITA site, I always take a 4012 with me because that gives you the information that you need when you are helping that taxpayer. So if a taxpayer comes in and they sit across from you, whether you're screening, reading, preparing the returns, if they have a question, if you're trying to figure out what their filing status needs to be, if they can claim that dependent, if they should file this type of income, or where it needs to go, they will answer their question for you. So you won't have to go online to irs.gov or search the publication 17 or anything. That 4012 can help answer that question for you quickly. And so take it with you when you're going into your VITA site to volunteer because it can help answer those questions. If your site coordinator can't or another seasoned volunteer can't answer that question for you, your 4012 should be able to help answer that question. A lot of taxpayers have questions on whether they can claim this person, whether they can file head of household, whether they qualify for a credit, and that 4012 can answer those questions. So we will go over a lot of information, especially when we get into the tax law portion of it. And I'm gonna be honest with you, a lot of it is, to me, it's not necessary, but it is necessary for training. And so a lot of it you will need, a lot of it is just information for FYI, but we have to go over. So don't feel like you have to retain all this information. You will need it for the certification portion of it. I try to get us through a point to at least start the advanced certification. We may not get to the point to where we can get completed through the advanced certification portion of the test, but my hope and goal is to at least start the advanced certification so that I can get you all through that portion of the certification. And so I always try to tell volunteers to at least certify to advance because you never know what type of return you're going to get. And if you certify to advance, you don't have to do basic because advanced encompasses the basic certification. And so at the end of the training, I do try to at least have the advanced certification started. And so that's not something that you have to at least try to get done on your own. All right. So the agenda is what you're seeing on the screen. It's not something that's set in stone. We're gonna try our best to get through the way that it's set up. Maybe, maybe not. But we're going to hit the important changes, the temporary revisions, and then the tax law changes, because you all know that there have been a lot of tax law changes. And so we're going to go over all of those. And then, there is a presentation from Orion. So a representative is going to stand before you to let you know some of the benefits that they offer. And so, at some point, we'll have a break. If there, at any point, I go too fast, I go too slow, there's a question, slow me down, tell me to speed up, tell me to, hold on, I don't understand. I mean, come here, you just stop me right here. You'll get some. If you need a straight break, we need to just let me know. So before we delve into after the training parts of it, we need to go over stuff. All right. Any questions, concerns? You have the hard so far? Nope. All right. Right across the hall. It is.
Yeah, just right here.
The first thing that we'll talk about before we hop into, the important change is just to give you a brief intro of what this, course is going to look like. So the objectives of what this course and what this training is to describe the various course levels and certification process, give you the responsibilities of a VITA TCE volunteer, including what your due diligence is. As a VITA volunteer, you do have due diligence. When you are sitting across from a taxpayer, greeting a taxpayer, having any type of interaction with a taxpayer, you do have due diligence that you have to do. Critical components involved in the return preparation process. This course is going to describe the steps to verify taxpayer information using the Form 11614C. And I will show you what that looks like. Describe the tools that are available to assist in preparing and filing accurate tax returns. And describe the procedures for having a taxpayer with identity theft. And this course does not go into any of it. I don't know why they won't take it out. So this course features a sequence of lessons that is based on the Form 1040. The components of each lesson include workout resources, warm-up exercises, case studies, none of which we go through. We basically go through. There's PowerPoints. It just tells you key points about, if it's talking about income, it gives you the importance of what the income is, where to place it, things like that. We won't go into workout resources. We won't do warm exercises. It really matters when we get into the certification portion of it. All right. It does talk about the practice lab and tax layers, the software. The practice lab is something that we will go into. So if you've never created a username, password for the practice lab or for Lincoln Learn, we will do that as well. We will need to have that in order to complete your certification. So that is something that we will do. what you will learn. The VITA TCE return preparation process consists of course, the VITA TCE volunteer standards of conduct, ethics training. We will do that. Tax law training, understanding and applying tax law. Research skills, using references, resources, and tools, including return preparation software. The intake, interview, and policy review training, tax return preparation, screening, and interviewing taxpayers. Whether you are a reader, whether you are not a reader, we still all go through the screening and interviewing because you are still, when you sit, even if you just preparing the return, when you sit across from a taxpayer, you are still screening that taxpayer because even if the screener has actually went through the 13614C with that taxpayer, you still have to do that when that taxpayer sits across from you because you will have to still ask in-depth questions. And so everyone needs to know how to screen and interview a taxpayer because there is something that they may be confused about or something that they have, a document that they have that you need to have clarification on. And so you need to know how to screen and interview that taxpayer or how to ask clarifying questions in order to get an understanding of what this is and what they did. So you will know whether or not they need to claim that income and where to put it. All right. All volunteers must pass the VITA TCE volunteer standards of conduct ethics test that is in the publication 4961, and it is online on the VITA TCE Central Certification Test website. All tax preparers, quality reviewers, instructors, and site coordinators must pass the intake, interview, and quality review test. That's the publication 5101. It's also online on the VITA TCE Central Certification Test website. The Form 6744 includes the volunteer standards of conduct and the intake, interview, and quality review test. The Form 13615 must be signed and dated, and I'll show you that as well. That's the form once you complete your certifications. It is online at the Link to Learn site. And so once you complete your certification, that form automatically populates for you to sign. That form is what you take with you when you go to volunteer. It shows that site coordinator that you have been certified and what you have been certified in. These are the certification paths that you can take, that you can do. You can get certified in basic or advanced. You don't have to do advanced. Well, I've said that everyone should be you can do basic if that's what you want to do. There are optional specialty courses, which is military and international, that you can decide that you want to do as well. There's also the Puerto Rico certification courses and the foreign student. In order to get certified, you complete tax law courses like we're going to do. You complete the volunteer standards of conduct training. You pass the test, complete, sign, and date the form 13615, complete the intake, interview, and quality review training, and pass the certification test. All the tests certification tests must be passed with at least 80%. When you go online to Link to Learn to do your certification test, you have 2 times to take the certifications. So when you do it the first time, and you get anything below 80, you have another option, another time to take that test to get above that 80%. If you don't do it on the second time, you need to reach out to the Hunter or Matt to see how they can get able to be reset, or you're able to take it. Used to be the option to take it on paper. I don't know if there's still an option, but it gives you the chance to review it. So that first time, if you take that test and get below 80%, review what you got wrong. The second time you take it, the questions are not going to be the same. They will mix them up. And so you take time to review what you got wrong on the first one so that you can get it right on the second. All right. Remember, only assist with returns, supporting schedules, and form for which you have been trained and certified. Each time we go through a slide regarding tax law training, it's going to tell you what's in scope and what's out of scope for the VITA TCE program. In your 4012, there is also an in-scope chart, and so you will know what's in scope. When you get to your site, if you're not the reader or the screener, that person should stop any taxpayer from getting to you that is not in scope with the VITA TCE program. No one should get to you that's above the limit, no one should get to you that has a Schedule C outside of business expenses, no one should get to you that's outside the scope of the Vital TCE program if they've been through the screening process. So there is things that are in scope and out of scope for the Vital TCE program that we will cover. Sometimes things slip through. If you have a question about anything, always check your 4012 or go to your site or assistant site coordinator if you have a question. Right? Again, I think I said all this without even reading. The scope of service chart is in the publication 4012. If you have not opened your 4012, there are tabs in the 4012 so that you're able to tab that 4012 so that it makes it easier for you to be able to find what it is that you need in that 4012. So you don't have to flip through it. So when you're ready to set it, we'll tab it so that you know where everything is so that you can find it easy. Identity theft. There are two types of tax-related identity theft: employment and fraudulent filing. Identity protection pins are issued to taxpayers who are victims of identity theft. Identity protection pin, or the IP pin, validates taxpayers as owners of the SSN. The Form 1040 includes boxes for the IP pin. And I think that, I don't say nothing else about it. I don't know why. As it relates to the IBP, if a taxpayer comes into your site and says they have an IBP, but they forgot it, they don't know what it is, they got the letter, they misplaced it, they got it, and they put somewhere, you can't help because that return is going to reject for the IBP. Don't even waste your time going through the process of putting that return in, I'm so. Thank you. I can do it.
What if they find it? Can we still do it or?
Yeah, so they need to come back.
Okay.
So, yeah, so, if the site coordinator should be, or assistant, whatever their process is, they need to have a sign posted, they need to make an general announcement. You need to have all these documents because most times vital sites are extremely busy, they're packed. And so they need to, good morning, good afternoon, how y'all doing? Good to see y'all so great. Listen, you need to have your ID, social security cards for you and whoever benefit you're claiming. You need all your wage and income documents. If you have an IPPN, you need that IPPN. If you have 1095A, you need that as well. If you do not have those documents, you do need to come back. You cannot complete that return. If you have general questions, we can answer those, but we can't prepare these returns for you today. So sorry, we don't want you to sit here all the time for you to get mad and turn up tables because you sit here 13 hours and then it's me and I can't help. And so, yeah, so at the beginning that somebody should be saying what these people need so that they know how to sit here all the time and they don't have all the documentation that they need. Because there's nothing that their return is going to be. Great. Responsibilities that you have as a volunteer. You do have protection from personal liability that applies if the volunteer acted within the scope of their responsibility. As long as you are acting within your scope of responsibility, you are protected as a volunteer. If you are trained and certified, you committed no willful, criminal, reckless. If you go in and you sit down as a volunteer and you are not doing anything malicious, if you are not being negligent on purpose, then you are covered as a volunteer. If you go in there and Billy Bob come in and say, well, I really don't, and you're like, oh, we're gonna bar you, send you on out of here, and then we're gonna turn you in, whoever we turn you in to, because guess what it is, it's all gonna be what everybody do. So, but as long as you're doing what it is you need to do, then we can do what we need to do to protect you as a volunteer. Volunteers may not accept payment of any kind. You do have taxpayers that are so grateful, so thankful for what you've done, they will offer you payment. They can give you $20 for that. I appreciate it. But we just not. I am on the low bed, no. And so they will, that, like, you being grateful is enough. But you will have some that will off, you cannot take any payment of any kind. I mean, like, it's a children, right? You're gonna spend it in. There are 6 volunteer standards of conduct that we will go through. Those 6 are listed on 1, 3, 6, and 5 that you will sign. There are quality site requirements that we will go through. Those can be found in the publication 5166. It again states that the IP PIN or the identity protection PIN validates the taxpayer as the owner of the SSN. The due diligence, we will hear that a lot, that ensures the information on the return is correct and complete. You want to always maintain the taxpayer's trust. You want to protect the taxpayers from identity theft. You want to treat all taxpayer information as confidential. There is identity theft job aid in the publication 412. You can refer to the publication 4209, which is the privacy and confidentiality of public trust. Taxpayer civil rights includes the freedom from discrimination and reasonable accommodation for disabilities. And when you go into a site, you will see those posters and everything posted there for this particular one. Your resources as a volunteer is the publication 4012, publication 17, the publication 3, your publication 596, and publication 972. FIDA does have a volunteer hotline, and information should be in the back of your 4012. It's 1-800-829-8482 or 1-800-TAX-FIDA. It is for volunteers only. Again, it references your publication 4012, and you will see this reference all throughout the training. The publication 4012 is going to always refer you back to the publication 4012. You want to make sure that you have it there.
What's the phone rating?
It's 1-800-TAX-FIDA or 1-800-829-8482. So in summary, you want to make sure you have the resources and support you need to provide each taxpayer with high quality service and an accurate return. A return is accurate when tax law is applied correctly, and the return is free from error based on the taxpayer's interview and supporting documentation and a completed form 13614C. You want to know your roles and responsibilities and adhere to the volunteer standards of conduct and follow diligence. Prepare returns that are within the scope of the VITA TCE programs and that are within your certification level. Use VITA TCE equipment and supplies for their intended purposes and know the procedures for helping the taxpayer with identity theft. Any questions or concerns about anything that we have talked about so far?
I have a question. Will you be sharing this PPT with me?
So everything that I share is available on Link to Learn, and I'll show you all Link to Learn. So VITA TCE Central is the website is linklearncertification.com. This is where you're going to go for your certification. And so if you've never signed into or created an account for Link and Learn in order to do your certifications, this is where you're going to do that. But this is the landing page for VITA TCE or Link and Learn. And so here, everything that we go over today, any of the training presentations, the intake interview, policy review, the volunteer standards of conduct, practice lab, everything is going to be here. So under quick links is where you can find all of that information. tax lessons, all of that is here under quick. But once you get ready to, do your certifications, at the top, my right hand is where it says sign in or create an account. That's where you're going to create an account for your certifications. And so you'll have to, do your email password. And so if you've never created an account, there's questions and everything that's going on. You have to answer. You should be able to. The practice lab is different. There are different, requirements for, the practice lab. You have to create an account for the practice lab as well. You cannot use the same password for, the practice lab that you use for the practice lab and the password. You feel like you got to be $55, but I think it's like 17. But in order to access the practice lab, you have to have a general password, and that password is trained pro web, all one word, all caps, in order for you to get into it. I don't know the practice. It's train pro web, all one word, all caps. Train, TRAIN, all one word, all caps. And that's how you access the practice lab. And so once you access the practice lab, then you have to, if you've never signed in before, you have to create an account. You can use the same email address, username, or whatever you're using for Lincoln Learn, but you can't use the same password. Or you can, but you'll have to add more to it. Because Lincoln Learn, I think it may be 6 to 8 or whatever those characters may be. But for the practice lab, I think it is a minimum of 15. 12 or something, when you are setting up this account. So you won't be able to use that same. Okay. Make sure you're using the email address that you have access to. And so that if you're forgetting the password, it's going to send you a link to your email. So make sure you're using the email that you're access. You won't need SID that is asking for the practice lab. We're going to answer set up some security questions and all of that. All right.
So we can learn certification, I hope we can get to it on the IRS.gov website or sure.
Oh, I just typed it in. I don't know. So on IRS.gov, there is, you can on IRS.gov, there is a site coordinator corner. Even if you're not a site coordinator, there's a site coordinator corner. They give you all things VITA. And so it gives you all the publications, it gives you all forms, fact sheets, all of that. Anything related to VITA you can get to. So if you go to IRS.gov, type in site coordinator corner and give you all that information. So if you have any, if you're looking for a publication and you can't remember what their name is or what the number was, you can go to the site coordinator corner and just look through the list of publications, links, and all of that to see if it kind of jog your memory or find it. So that link is not there, but it's true. So if you click on like the publication 4491, the VITA CCD training guide, it'll take you to, the Lincoln Learn, or tell you how to get to Lincoln Learn. So the publication 5377 is a fact sheet for the practice lab. The 5378 is a fact sheet for Lincoln Learn tax certification, so that should give you a link, to, Lincoln Learn. So for the most part, I just type in Lincoln Learn certification. Or Google Lincoln Learn certification, and you get an automatic. Take you to, get anything. Any questions or concerns? Now let's talk about the changes for, you want to break or anything first? We'll talk to some changes. Okay. Let's take a 5-minute sprint break. Let's go.
Oh.
We'll provide that anyway. We can get this. Always access and everything, but you can put it that way.
Did you?
Oh, somebody has to watch that. Yeah.
So we're gonna go into, important changes for 2025. This information is, or what I'm reading from is the publication 4491. All the publications are available on irs.gov, so you're able to access those if, one, the publication 4491 is, a training guide, and so you're able to access that if you want to, get more training in order to do your certification test. The publication 4491 is a publication that you will want to use. All right. And so it starts, I would say that the due date for filing individual income tax return is April the 15th, 2026. Tax form and publication changes. Taxpayers will receive Form 1099 pay, payment card, and third-party network transactions when reportable proceeds exceed $2,500 for 2025, although they may receive the form at a lower amount. This threshold applies to third-party settlement organizations. Taxpayers are required to report all taxable income on their federal income tax return, regardless of amount or if the income reporting document is received. Form 1040, creating entry spaces for deceased for both primary taxpayer and spouse, and added a separate line for other special processing write-ins. The Form 1040 checkbox added for taxpayers and spouse if they're filing joint whose main home was in the U.S. for more than half of 2025. The dependents section was overhauled to provide more information on qualifying children and dependents who will qualify. The taxpayers to claim the EIC or the earned income credit, the child tax credit, the additional child tax credit, or the ODC. The checkbox added for taxpayers whose filing status is married filing separate or head of household to check if they meet the requirements for the special rule for claiming EIC. The checkbox was added for taxpayers who don't want to receive the EIC and ACTC. Changes to Schedule 1 remove the requirement for taxpayers to manually write in certain information. Made changes to Part 1, Line 4, Part 1, Line 7, Part 2, Line 14, Part 2, Line 20, The Forms 1099R and Form 5498, new code Y added for box 7 to identify qualified charitable distribution. The Form 5405, repayment for the first time home buyer credit, and its instructions will be made historical. The form cannot be filed for 2025. The Form 5695, residential energy credit, part 2, now requires taxpayer claiming the credit to include the unique qualified product identification number assigned by a qualified manufacturer, a QM for specified property placed into service after 12/31/24. Schedule 1A, additional deductions on the Form 1040 now includes deductions for following OBBA tax provisions, which include no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on car loan interest, and enhanced deduction for seniors. Tax law changes, and it instructs us to refer to the respective lessons for detail. So it says what provisions are new. There's Public Law 118-146, VSO, Equal Tax Treatment Act, or the VET Act. The bill expands the deductibility of charitable contributions to include all veterans services organizations, thus making contributions to all federally chartered tax exempt organizations that serve current and former members of the military tax deductions. Individuals aged 50 or older by the end of the tax year may make extra contributions to certain qualified plans. Personal exemption amount. It eliminates the deduction for personal exemptions except as noted below. For tax years beginning before January 1st, 2029, an additional deduction of $6,000 for taxpayers aged 65 or older is allowed. The deduction starts phasing out with modified adjusted gross income or the MAGI exceeds $75,000 or $150,000 if they're filing jointly. The taxpayer and the spouse, if they're married filing jointly, must provide a valid Social Security number on the tax return. The amount of the deduction for certain expenses of elementary and secondary school teachers that were allowed that consists of expenses paid or incurred by an eligible educator for use in the classroom is still $300. There is no change. And when it comes to amounts such as the limit for teachers or student loan interest, things like that, that's not something that you have to remember. So if a teacher comes in and they tell you, I spent $900 in classroom this year, you don't have to remember what that deduction is. You don't have to check your work page 412. The software automatically knows what those deductions is. And so if you put in the 900, it's going to just take that $300 limit. And so you don't have to try to figure out if I need to just put in 300 or put in 250 or whatever. No, just put in what they tell you, and the software will automatically cap it at whatever that deduction is. Right? The standard deduction for taxpayers who do not itemize deductions on Schedule A has increased for 2025. It changed for married filing jointly or qualified surviving spouse. It increased to $31,500, $23,625 per head of household, and $15,750 for single or married filing separate. There's a limitation on the deduction for state and local taxes. It provides a temporary increase to the state and local deduction limitation from $10,000 to $40,000 effective for calendar years beginning 2025 and end before January 1st, 2030. This limitation amount in any taxable year beginning in calendar year 2025 is $40,000. The limitation is adjusted for tax years beginning after 2025.
I have a question. So the 40,000 has to be between 2025, a whole total to 2030. When you said 40,000. So when they take their deduction, is that 40,000, is the whole total for 2025 up into 2030, or is the 40,000?
It says for calendar years.
Okay.
In 2025.
Thank you.
Taxpayers who are 65 and older, or are blind for 2025, the additional standard deduction amount for taxpayers who are 65 or older or blind are $2,000 for single or head of household. That's an increase of $50. $1,600 for married taxpayers or qualifying survivor spouse, which is also an increase of $50. For 2025, the standard deduction amount for an individual who may be claimed as a dependent by another taxpayer cannot exceed the greater of $1,350 or the sum of $450 and the individual's earned income. Kitty tax, to be subject to the kitty tax, the individual must have unearned income of at least $2,700 in 2025. If mostly for high income parents who have kids who earn income. I've never, in all the years I've volunteered with, like, I've never seen anyone come in with kitty tax. If they do, they're out of scope, right? More than likely. The standard mileage rate for 2025, the following rates are in effect: 70 cents per mile for business miles driven, 21 cents for medical or moving purposes, 14 cents in service of charitable organizations. The standard mileage rate for business cannot be used to claim the itemized deductions for unreimbursed employee travel expenses during the suspension of miscellaneous itemized deductions that are subject to the 2% of AGI floor. The deduction for qualified business income for 2025, the threshold amount is $394,000 for merit filing joint returns and $197,300 for all other returns. The retirement savings contribution credit, to claim this credit in 2025, the taxpayer's modified adjusted gross income must not be more than $39,500 for single, married, filing separate, or qualifying surviving spouse. The modified adjusted gross income must not be more than $59,250 for head of household and $79,000 for married filing joint. The qualified overtime compensation or no tax on overtime that allows a deduction of up to $12,500, $25,000 in the case of a joint return of qualified overtime income received for the taxable year. The allowable deduction is reduced if the taxpayer's modified adjusted gross income exceeds $150,000. Qualified overtime compensation is defined as overtime paid to an individual whose occupation is covered by the Fair Labor Standards Act of 1938. Only the overtime amount which exceeds the regular rate of pay is eligible for the deduction. No deduction allowed, the taxpayer does not include a valid SSN on the return. If married, taxpayer must file a joint return to claim deduction. Deduction is allowed to non-itemized. Deduction is allowed for an amount equal to qualified tip income received on the taxable year that are included on statements furnished to the taxpayer. The allowed deduction for any taxable year cannot exceed $25,000. The allowable deduction is reduced if the modified adjusted gross income exceeds $150,000 or $300,000 if they are filing joint. No deduction is allowed if the taxpayer does not include a valid SSN on the tax return. If married, taxpayers must file a joint return to claim the deduction. Qualified tips means cash tips received by an individual in occupations where tips are customary. The deduction again is allowed to non-itemize.
I have a question. Are all employers required to differentiate on a W-2 what was regular income, what was overtime, what was regular, what was tips?
So it seems like to me that they will have to give them some sort of statement in order for them to have.
It shouldn't be a case where we're looking at a W-2 and they say, no, well, $5,000 of that was overtime. We don't, okay.
To my understanding, no. They should, it looks like to me that they should, the employer should provide them some sort of statement showing how much was overtime or more than today. So, and I do have another, some more information as it relates to changes, and it may go more into detail as it relates to, this change.
I have a question. So I'm in the ELC. When it says 619 with no children, would that will be considered single or no dependent?
No, dependent.
I mean, other the dependent.
So no children. So if you were filing your return and you were single, and then if you met the threshold for, so if, in order for you to claim earned income, so I don't know what the next is. So say for instance, in order for you to claim earned income credit, you have to be 24, but if you're single, to say the income cutoff is 24,000. So you made this, you're single, you 26, and you made 22,800. So you're basically $649 in earned income because you don't have any kids.
Okay, so what about the other dependents, like someone who,
You don't get earned income.
okay.
Also, because, and once we go through the earned income list, it'll show you what the requirements are for earned income. Yeah, so there are requirements for, in order for you to get earned income. And so going into earned income, the maximum credit has increased for 2025. If you have 3 or more children, that credit is $8,046. 2 children, $7,152. With one child, $4,328. And again, no children, $649. I need to. And so it shows the income. And so, for single, so if in using that example, so if you were single, the qualifications 20, you have to be at least 24. If you made less than 19,000, then you're able to get that $649 for earned income credit for yourself. In order to, so, I guess they say you gotta have these, they gonna smash until something. Yeah, so, but, yeah. You gotta make. So, if you're single and you don't have any kids and you made $12, then you can get. I mean, you can get 6 months. Investment income, taxpayers whose investment income is more than $11,950 cannot claim the EIC. On the child tax credit and additional child tax credit, increases the child tax credit that has increased as well to $2,200 per qualifying child. And qualifying child for child tax credit is an individual who has not attained age 17 during the tax year. And provides that the maximum refundable amount may not exceed $1,400 per qualifying child. So receive the child tax credit. There is a refundable and non-refundable portion of that credit. A taxpayer must include about a valid SSN on the return, and also the SSN for each qualifying child for whom the credit is claimed on the tax return. The credit and refundable amount are indexed for inflation. Student loan interest deduction. It begins to phase out for taxpayers with modified adjustable gross incomes more than $85,000 or $170,000 for joint returns, and is completely phased out for taxpayers with a modified adjusted gross income of $100,000 or more, $200,000 or more for joint returns. Qualified higher education expenses for purposes of 529 accounts. Expands the qualified higher education expenses to include qualified post-secondary credentialing expenses, such as tuition, books, supplies, or equipment required for enrollment. Continuing education expenses and exam fees intern also qualify. Expands the definitions of qualified higher education expenses to include additional categories of allowed expenses for students enrolled in or attending elementary or secondary, private, public, or religious schools. Qualified charitable distributions for 2025. The maximum amount of qualified charitable distributions that are not includable in gross income is $108,000, which is an increase of $3,000. There's no tax on car loan interest. A deduction is allowed for up to $10,000 of interest on a qualified passenger vehicle loan used to purchase a passenger vehicle after 12/31/2024. Does not apply to used car purchases. A qualified passenger vehicle is a car, minivan, van, sport utility vehicle, pickup truck, or motorcycle with a gross vehicle weight of less than 14,000 pounds. This deduction is allowed for non-itemized. It says the vehicle, or the VIN number must be included on the return. Eligible long-term care premium limits for 2025, the maximum amount of qualified long-term care premiums included as medical expenses has increased. The qualified long-term care premiums up to the amounts shown below can be included as medical expenses on Schedule A, itemized deductions, or in calculating the self-employed health insurance deductions. The limit on premiums is for each person. For 2025, the foreign earned income exclusion is $130,000. The IRA deduction amount and modified adjusted gross income limits for traditional and Roth IRA contributions. For 2025, the maximum combined traditional IRA deduction for Roth contribution is $7,000. For taxpayers who are covered by a retirement plan at work, the deduction for contributions to a traditional IRA is reduced or phased out if the modified adjusted gross income is more than $126,000, but less than $146,000 for a married couple, more than $79,000, but less than $89,000 for an individual filing as single, head of household, or married filing separately, and did not live with the spouse at any time during 2025, and less than $10,000 for a married individual filing a separate return who lived with the spouse at any time during 2025. For 2025, maximum Roth IRA contributions phased out based on modified adjusted gross incomes for married filing joint or qualifying surviving spouse with modified adjusted gross income between $236,000 and $246,000. Single, head of household, or married filing separately and didn't live with the spouse at any time in 2025 with modified adjusted gross income between $150,000 and $165,000. And married filing separately, live with the spouse at any time during the year, and modified adjusted gross income is between 0 and 10,000. The next part shows the premium tax credit and what the repayment caps are for 2025. It states that the filing thresholds are in federal poverty line tables are adjusted for inflation. Through 2025, taxpayers with household income that exceeds 400% of the federal poverty line for their family size may be allowed a premium tax credit or the PTC. The health savings account or the HSA deduction for 2025, the annual contribution limits on deductions for HSAs for individuals with SEP-only coverage is $4,300, which is an increase of $150, and $8,550 for family coverage, which is an increase of $250. There is an additional contribution amount of $1,000 for taxpayers who are aged 55 or older. It says that if there are any changes after this publication went to print, you can find those changes in a publication 4491X, which is the Vital TCE Training Supplement. And again, all of these publications that we referenced today is available on IRS.gov. Any questions or concerns about anything? sticking with that. So it says, with changes introduced by the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, many of the IRS publications used for volunteer training are missing important information. There are a number of reasons for this, and it really can't be helped at this point. But with that lack of guidance comes the opportunity for misinformation to creep into the learning space. And if we learn the wrong thing now, we just have to unlearn the wrong thing later, because we can learn the right thing. For this reason, and this is coming from the person who created this, they felt that a cohesive document needed to be created that could be updated as changes continue to occur, but which was based on the limited guidance the IRS has provided. In the future, as IRS guidance becomes more concrete, it should be used in place of whatever you find here. For now, this is a living document that will undergo revisions as new information becomes available. So we're going to look at what has been shared so far to give you a general understanding of all the changes, all the new tax laws that have come out as it relates to 2025 balances. All right. And so it says the initial release of the 2025 edition of publication 4012 reported standard deduction amounts that were expected to be in place for the tax year. OB3 increased those deductions. You may wish to make can and eat changes to standard deduction chart in your publication 4012. And so I don't know, I haven't looked at the 4012, and so I don't know if it's shows the same that we was following publication 4491 or not. And so I'll email, either me or Hunter will email this publication or this information to you all so that you won't, and so you'll have this information everywhere. All right. But it says for marriage filing, joint qualifies around spouse under age 65 is 31,500. Head of household is 23,655. Single or married filing separate is 15,750. And there's the additional standard deduction for people who are 65 or older. The line is 2,000. And the single or head of household is 1,600 for all other filing status. And so, the written publication 4491 may have been corrected because it references. The practice lab, which is what we're going to for the certification, is now using up-to-date standard deduction amounts from OB3. However, publication 4012 still contains the pre-OB3 amounts, and that's what the test was programmed for also. It references the new schedule 1A. It says the new schedule form 1040 schedule 1A will be used to capture the deductions covered in the following sections. As long as the schedule of draft, it is scheduled to change. You see the latest revision and you can always go to again irs.gov and look at the publications. If it is not finalized, it will have draft across it. Once it's finalized, then you will see a new date, a revision date of the file. So as long as it does not have a draft on it, then it should be fine. So, but that's a screenshot of what the software looks like. And so once you go into the software and you're entering deductions, this is what that looks like in the TaxLinear software. And you'll get a better feeling of what that looks like when you get into the practice lab. The practice lab is what the actual software looks like. So when you're going into the practice lab, playing around with those scenarios from the certification, it's getting you acclimated, it's getting you comfortable with doing the actual software because it's exactly the same. And so after you finish the certification, go back into it and play around with it using that same information from the certification, just changing the numbers. so that you can get a feel and get more comfortable with using that software. There's a new deduction for seniors. It says many people believe that their social security is no longer taxable. In truth, social security is still partially taxable, and the calculation of that taxable amount has not changed at all. It said there's a new deduction for seniors that can have the results of lowering their taxable income in many cases, whether they receive social security benefits or not. It says a new deduction exists for taxpayers who are at least 65. The Schedule 1A refers to this as the enhanced deduction for seniors to distinguish it from the increased standard deductions that seniors have gotten and continue to receive if they do not itemize. It has no actual connection to social security income, despite popular belief to the contrary. It says, one example says Andrea is 67 years old. She has not begun to draw her social security yet. She qualifies for the deduction because of her age. Example 2 says Barry is 63 years old. He started drawing social security when he turned 62. He does not qualify for the extra deduction because he has not reached age 65. For tax years 2025 through 2028, qualified taxpayers can receive a deduction of up to $6,000 per eligible individual. This means that married taxpayers who file jointly could qualify for as much as a $12,000 deduction, subject to certain conditions and limitations. This is on top of the usual standard deduction increase that's in the receipt. Rules for claiming the deduction is taxpayers must have reached age 65 on or before the last day of the tax year. The deduction is available whether the taxpayer itemizes or takes the standard deduction. This is different from the usual expanded standard deduction seniors receive, which only applies if the taxpayer takes the standard deduction. The taxpayers must have a social security number. The taxpayer's filing status cannot be verified as separate. The deduction phases out for taxpayers with modified adjusted gross incomes over $75,000 or $150,000 for joint filers. The phase out is calculated at 0.6 cents per dollar over the threshold amount. This is a screenshot of that 10 cents. It says taxpayer automatically calculates any enhanced deduction for seniors and completes the appropriate portion of the Schedule 1A. No entries specific to this deduction are required. The good thing about the software is a lot of things are automatically calculated. There's not a lot that you have to figure out. Calculations, there's no calculation that you have to figure out. That's why it's important for you to ensure that social security numbers, date of birth are put in correctly, states are put in correctly, especially if you're doing state returns, so that the software calculates that information correctly. It's going to do everything for you. You just have to know where to put that information. If you're not sure where to find a form, there's a search bar on the side of the software. All you have to do is to put in the form number. It'll populate that form for you. But there is, it is basically, it just tells you there's income. It goes through income for you. And so if the taxpayer has a document that you're not sure of, ask somebody for one. But if you're just trying to find that document, you can go to your 4012 and there's a chart that tells you if it's a W-2, it goes here. If it's 1099, it goes here. And so to taxpayer, it basically does everything for you. You just need to know where to put it. It caps and what the deduction is. So if the deduction is $5,000, if you put 7, it's going to cap it at 5. If it's 200 and you put 4, it's going to cap it at 2. You don't have to figure out what that cap is, right? And so this portion goes into talking about Social Security benefits. You will have a lot of old taxpayers that come in who do receive Social Security, who are just trying to figure out if they should file a return. A lot of them, if they're only receiving social security, their social security is not taxable. With a lot of these changes, a lot of them just wanna file a return just to be sure. And so you can file those returns, a lot of those returns will zero out because their social security is not untaxable. A lot of them are still working, because to be real, they have to. And so that makes a portion of their social security taxable, which makes them require to file a return. And so, and a lot of them are just confused, and so they don't understand if they have to file a return, if they don't have to file a return. And so it does take longer to complete that return for them to make sure that they are staying compliant or whatever it is they need to do. And so you will have a lot of taxpayers with social security benefits that just want to file a return even if it's zero out. And so you can still file a return and it can still be transmitted to the IRS as a zero return. There's no harm, no foul for you to file that zero return. And most of the time, it's just easy in their mind that that return has been filed.
What if they are taken out for a voluntary income tax?
And so that most of the time that they're filing their returns to get that back.
Yes.
Yeah.
The website, is that password correct?
Yes, you have to put in exactly.
So,
I
age and the essence cap.
Yeah.
I did that. But you put all of it together.
You need the plus sign and the equal.
I got mine.
So did you, are you working on yes?
Yeah, the capital is the H and the S.
So, yeah, it worked.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's no space or anything between anything.
No.
And the H and the S capital after the equal sign, 901, all that.
No,
Yes.
when you go to the website,
Oh, that's a
yes.
plus?
Yeah,
plus. Yeah, that's a plus for the fine.
That's a plus.
Plus sign is equal now.
Have a copy of this?
Yeah, so yes, so we'll get this emailed out to you. So the next part talks about no tax on tips. It says, although this is being called no tax on tips, that's really a misleading name that would have a lot of taxpayers confused. A better name would be no tax on qualified tips, which at least allows for conditions under which tips are eligible for a tax deduction. It's important to understand what makes tips qualified. For tax years 2025 through 2028, taxpayers may be able to deduct up to $25,000 in qualified tips from their income for federal tax purposes. These tips will still be counted when calculating self-employment taxes for self-employed individuals, as well as Social Security and Medicare taxes for employees. The rules for determining whether tips are qualified are as follows. Tip earners must have a valid Social Security number. In the case of a joint return, the tip earner must have a valid SSN to claim the deduction. Filing status cannot be married filing separately, and if you haven't caught on, if someone is married filing separately, they lose a lot of benefits. It's a lot of credits that they do not qualify for if they are married filing separately. And you do have a lot of taxpayers that come in that are married that will sit before you, and they're like, oh, we file together. And a lot of times it's because one or both have debt, and the wife don't wanna take on the husband, or the husband won't take on the wife. And so you can talk them through that, you know, and I understand that, but you can file an interspouse or innocent spouse claim to stop that. You know, if you wanna go think about it, it'll take you a little longer to get your refund versus you losing out on credits, especially if you have kids. So, but yeah, a lot of we do it, 18 years. Tips must be received for work and occupations listed by the IRS as regularly and customarily receiving tips on or before December 31st, 2024. There's a table for list of occupations, and again, we will get this sent out to you so you'll have it. Tips must be reported on a W-2, a 1099 NEC, a 1099-K, a 1099 miscellaneous, or other specified statement furnished to the individual or reported by the taxpayer on the Form 4137. Beginning in tax year 2026, the filing season 2027, Forms W-2 will have special codes in box 12 to report this information. In Form 1099 NEC, 1099-K, and 1099 miscellaneous will have a new line listing qualified tips, but this is not expected for tax year 2025. So I think that answers your question. Taxpayers will generally need something from their employer or payer to claim that deduction. So yeah, so you can't just take their word for it that they had tips. They need something from their employer showing that they earned or received those tips. Yes, sir.
Something being like only a government form or like an email receipt?
No, so some statement, some sort of statement from their employer. More than likely, it needs to be on their letterhead.
Okay.
And more than likely, you need to keep a copy of it. And so the VitaSite should keep a copy of it, but if they don't, I would advise their taxpayers to ensure that they have a copy of it. Because more than likely, the IRS will at some point, and they can come back 3 years later and say, hey, if you filed 2025, we need a copy of it, you need to be 2029. So make sure you tell if they're filing and they have this letter, it's good enough for me, but make sure you keep a copy of it. Right?
Thank you.
The maximum allowed deduction is $25,000 for the year, and in the case of joint filers, this is per return, not per person. The deduction begins to phase out for individuals with a modified adjusted gross income over $150,000, and joint filers with a modified adjusted income above $300,000. The deduction amount is reduced by $100 for every $1,000 over the applicable modified adjusted gross income threshold. Both Vita TCE sites shouldn't see much of this due to the high income threshold for this deduction. Qualified tips include cash, card-based tips, and tips received under a tip sharing arrangement. This could also include something that can immediately be exchanged for a fixed value, such as casino chips. Qualified tips do not include items such as event tickets, meals, services, and other goods that cannot immediately be exchanged for a specific cash amount, including most digital assets. Qualified tips must be voluntary, not subject to negotiation, and determined solely by the customer. So for instance, automatic service charges such as those placed on a restaurant bill or a large party are not considered qualified tips because they were not set by the customer and are required to be paid. So it includes some examples. It says, because Form W-2, 1099, miscellaneous 1099 NEC and 1099-K will not be updated to include a separate accounting of qualified tips for 2025. And because employers and payers may or may not provide that information to taxpayers, the following transition rules apply for tax years 2025 only, unless otherwise specified. Rules are slightly different for employees versus self-employed individuals. For taxpayers who are employees, any amounts the taxpayer wishes to report as tip income must be included in the amounts reported in W-2 wages, box 1 or on Form 4137. This means cash tips that are not reported in one of those ways are not allowed to be used to boost the deduction for tips. To calculate the amount of tip income from a W-2 that can be used to figure the deduction, there are 3 options. And it gives those options there. Again, I'm going to send this information to you so you're able to read over it. It gives information on taxpayers who are self-employed. It says income to be included in the calculation of qualified tips must be reported by the payer on the forms 1099 miscellaneous, NEC, or K, even if those forms don't differentiate the amount of that income that represents tips. The money has to have been reported on one of those forms. There is transitional guidance for specified service, trade, or business. There is a listing of the Treasury tipped occupation code and type of occupations that they represent. you're able to see there who it applies to. It also gives you interview tips. If you have a taxpayer who's saying they qualify or that they make tips, that you are able to ask. Gives you some case studies that you are able to look at. Any questions or concerns as it relates to this? I know it's a lot of information. Yeah, and these. So we're on citizens information council, so you're able to have it, so you're able to look over it and study it, and you have a little more time to do a deep dive into it. All right. I'm step out of the way for a few minutes and return over to.
Hi, I'm Sinead. How are you? Sorry, I didn't get an opportunity to introduce myself or any of that sort. That was something completely different. And did you said it's on the other tab and I can.
It is, you can turn the sharing back on and it's the first tab.
Okay, guys, so I am Sinead Huntsman. This is my 13th year at Orion Financial. So I've worked at a few different branch locations before I transitioned to more of a back office capacity. And over the years, I'm now over all of our branch locations in our contact center. So a little bit of a change there. I am really not great with.
The top right slideshow next to share.
Right there, very obvious.
It should be,
Thank you. Okay, so Orion Financial, we're here, this is our headquarters building. We've been in this community since 2019. And we've been a part of the Memphis community since the 1970s. We were a teachers credit union. We started in the basement of East High School. You're familiar with East High School. Differentiation between a credit union and a bank. Credit unions are member owned, which means that you're a customer of a bank. To a credit union, you're a member. The differentiation there is that we are not for profit and that we have a profit sharing model with our members who have bank accounts with us. And it's our commitment that we both pay back to our community through that profit sharing model, but we also keep our dividend earnings on your accounts pretty high and your loan interest rates pretty low. We're also a CDFI institution, which means that we're part of the community development grant so that we can provide accounts and loans to lower income members of our community who are typically underbanked. And the reason why I'm talking today is that a law was recently passed that the Treasury, the United States Treasury, is no longer issuing paper checks. And so a lot of people in the Memphis community rely on check cash banking, okay? I'm getting a little ahead of myself here, but I just kind of want to give you guys an idea of what we're talking about today. That means that a lot of members of our community are going to have a bank account to actually claim their tax return. And unfortunately, for many, many years, there's a large population of citizens here in Memphis that are underbanked. Sometimes they're underbanked because maybe they've had trouble with banking in the past. So an example might be, hey, you know, my mom opened an account with me when I was 16, and then she made my account go negative, and I haven't been able to get my bank account ever since. right? We hear that a lot. We hear that some people get rejected because of their credit quality. And then frankly, some people get rejected because they made mistakes. You know, maybe they let their account go really negative, they had no way to climb out of that debt. And so they had to give up on having a bank account altogether. What a lot of people don't know is that most banks and credit unions, we have to share that kind of information with each other. So we call it an account forward when somebody goes negative and never brings their account. And because we share that information with each other, some financial institutions use that data to reject opening an account for an individual. And in fact, there was a long period of time where we ourselves did that as part of the risk management program. We don't do that anymore. What we have is a second chance model that does allow individuals who may not be able to get bank accounts elsewhere, get one through us. Really, the biggest hard stops for us are if you have identity theft triggers that we can't resolve, like we can't verify that you are who you say you are, or if you've committed fraud with us in the past. That's also something that they would need to get out. Not always, and sometimes there's ways to resolve that with us, but that could prohibit you from getting a new account with us, or if you have a collection status with us. So those are the big reasons why we may not be able to give you a bank account. But typically speaking, our services are available to members of our community that traditionally are underbanked. And I wanted to bring this to your attention because we will be interacting with people who are going to run into this problem, who won't have a bank account, who won't know what to say or do when you get to the portion of their tax prep where now they're having to type in an account number, routing number, just to get their deposit into their account. And they're like, well, I don't have one, right? And so a lot of underbanked communities, they really struggle to save money. They may be trying to save money, but a lot of folks are cash only, or they may have a large pile of cash in their home, and if they're anything like my mom, they lose it constantly and they don't know where it is. You have to spend 5 hours looking for the cash. But you know, carrying cash around is just not, it's just frankly not a safe way to do it, right? So that's a big struggle. It's also more difficult to build savings behaviors, like taking a portion of your income and putting it into a savings account when you don't have a financial system that helps pay for that and helps you build those behaviors, right? Especially if that's not something that you learned from your family growing up. It can be very difficult to model that behavior as an adult. When you are underbanked, you may not have resources for building. So again, kind of going back to my earlier example, I've made mistakes in my early life and now they've haunted me the rest of my life. Like, I don't know how to get out of this hole. Well, your financial institution is supposed to help you. We're supposed to be able to have conversations with very open and honest conversations about how you got where you are and how you can get out of that situation. Credit. But a lot of larger financial institutions may be more focused on sales opportunities than they are on financial education. And so for us, being a community and have the background of being a credit union, financial education is incredibly important. And it is our mission to bring financial education to our community. That means that if you walk into my branch and you're not even a member, and you're like, hey, I'm Dawn, I'm Shay, nice to meet you. And you say, I have a 450 credit score, and I don't. Then I will sit down with you for as long as it takes to figure that out. You don't have to pay me money. I'm just going to have a conversation. Okay. And I would offer that to any stranger on the street, but I would also offer that to our members, and I would actually start that conversation with our members if I felt like that was okay. We also offer a lot of digital resources that help people do like credit simulations, learn the impact that small decisions make on rebuilding credit as well. We also offer some loan products for credit. So there's a lot of things that we're supposed to do that you can't do that if you don't have a bank account. So we can say that the bank is actually like a very systemic problem. Alternative banking resources. I mean, I shudder every time I drive past a payday loan building or a title loan building, right? So if we think about the concept of what a title loan place does is they take an honest person, they take their car from them and then they converted into 30% or so. And payday loans are very similar, right? So now I'm constantly living behind, out of that hole is very, very challenging. So people that are in underbanked communities tend to focus on these, and they have these cool alternatives like the loans, you know, repay debit card with their employer, and direct deposit, and then constantly using cap services like liquor stores and gas stations that charge tax, right? And then again, now you're carrying cash will be lost. Okay, so what are we doing to help? We're offering really responsible loan products, lending products, financial education. But the most important part of this journey that we want to take away is if somebody does need a banking account, it's a great one. Even our second chance product is completely free. That means there's no monthly fee. You may get a fee for something like drawing your account to the bank. That's a very typical thing to have with money. But we're not gonna charge you $5 a month to have an account with us. Digital banking, your bills, your things like that. And we won't require you to have a minimum balance, and we're not gonna force you to put your direct deposit into our account, or else we'll close it. So none of those conditions apply. What we offer is if you do set up your employer deposit or Social Security or VA deposit with us, we will offer it to you a day early. So this early payroll deposit is how we explain that application. That can be very common. And then we are going to actually work with the individuals who leverage United Way for Tax Code to offer them an account promotion. It'll be probably a $25 deposit into their account. With a couple of qualifying actions like, hey, use this account and get your tax return, right? Or activate a debit card. We're gonna communicate what those requirements are before we're interacting with the. So what we plan on doing is if you get to that point where you're working with that person and they don't have a bank account and they're really, really upset, you know, right? I can't get a check, I can't get this. How do you get them an account number in 5 minutes or less? Because you're at that point where you need to go ahead and help them. You can absolutely offer our online account opening process as an option. We're just gonna have a QR code that they can take out their phone and scan. It's gonna take them to the web page, and the web page is going to take them through the process of the account opening. And I just wanted to show you guys just how easy it is. Hopefully the video is split. Yeah. I did not want to say, but at any rate, you know, they can open up their cell phone, they can navigate to this website, and they can start the process of inputting personal information. They don't even need a driver's license for most situations to complete the process. So one thing that we want to provide at each location that United will operate in is a very straightforward guidance on what will be needed. But generally speaking, as long as you know your social security number, date of birth, and the rest of the address, you can go through the process without the funds. Now, there will be times when we can't verify this person using more like data resources instead of like, hey, we need to see your driver's license, right? But we really try to keep it pretty limited when it comes to what we're asking for. So I'm gonna join the Zoom from the laptop real quick, just so you guys can see how easy this is. This video. And, And we'll be joining a new member. We do allow people to open joint accounts online, so if they wanted to add their spouse to this account, that would be fine, or someone else. Anyone doesn't have to be a spouse. So again, it's really just your first name, your last name, your social security number, date of birth. We do ask their occupation, so if they're retired or if they're on disability, we can put that in that field. But if they're a teacher or a banker or something like that, they should put that in the field as well. And then we'll ask them for their email or phone number. This is a testing environment, so what we do in real life is we're going to email them. You know, it's pretty easy to look up your address. Like, I'm sure you guys can picture doing this on a cell phone where all of your personal information is saved already and you just hit autofill and it just refills everything. But on a computer, it's pretty easy too, but it works the exact same. And these are our products. You know, we could offer any kind of product that we have through this platform. Probably the one they'll go for is the recommended free checking. We do have another checking product called premium checking, and if they want to use that, that's fine. If it has some qualifications, they don't meet those qualifications, they'll get a $5 fee. This is the easy one. The premium checking is really cool. It pays really good dividend rate for your deposits. We'll actually pay out currently 5% APY up to $10,000 deposits, but you are going to have a minimum electronic deposit coming in every month of at least $500. We're going to ask you to use your debit card or credit card. And some people are just not really comfortable going through all of that. But if they are and they want that, they can convert their free account at any time and help them through that process to make sure that they qualify for the dividend. We also have your traditional savings, money market savings, and CDs. All of these products are free to open. If you want to open a CD, it's a $500 amount. So, but again, once they open this free account, they'll be able to get a debit card with it. They can fund it in the moment if they want. Have to. If they wanted to fund it, they could make a transaction on the credit card or debit card that they have. They could link an external bank account, but they probably aren't going to have either of those things if they really are underbanked. They can enroll in overdraft protection. What you're seeing right here is the ability to opt in for overdraft. Hey, you may not have enough money in your account for the transaction you're trying to perform. We'll cover it for you, but you'll get charged if you go over a certain amount negative. And then very importantly, we can also have a beneficiary, a family member, a friend, whoever they want. We don't need to know, but they'll have to invest basic information about that person. So all of this can be done. They can read our disclosures all from their cell phone. Like I said, in some cases, if our background technology can't properly identify them, at that point, they may be prompted to do a little selfie and show their ID. That is about 30% of people with one or less. So we don't expect that will happen often. I'm gonna actually back up just a smidge here, it's a little fast. So this is the screen, and you see the little gray box, but this is the screen where they would actually get that account number and routing. And it's that account number and routing number that will let them get their tax. I mean, that process took all of about 2 minutes, right? So again, this is really just intended to help facilitate conversations with individuals who have concerns. We're also happy to do this over the phone with them. We're at one of our branch locations. We have 10 in English, and one in Little Rock. We're open, Monday through Friday, 9 to 5. Some branches are even open on Saturdays from 9 to 12. If they can't make it during the work week. We're also able to open accounts over the phone. There's a lot of flexibility there. Some people want a little extra handhold with their bank account. A little nerve-wracking, especially if they've never done it before. Of course, they've had issues in the past. So this is really something we're happy to help them with this process. And then at the very end, it's going to prompt them, if they want, to enroll in online banking. Again, they're already on their cell phones, mobile app. We're going to have some handouts and information around that. But it really just, if they click that enroll button, it just pre-fills all their information into our enrollment form. And all they have to do is come up with the username. And so at that stage, that's going to give them instant access to their accounts. I also just had like a brief video on what that looked like. I'll go ahead and stop sharing for a moment here. But it's very simple to do the whole thing. So we really just tried to keep it as straightforward as possible. Like I said, mostly people just have questions about, hey, am I going to have to pay a fee? Or, I've never been able to get a bank account in the past. And like I said, really the only things that would impact anybody in that way would be something to do with already having had a bad relationship with Orion through which they lost a lot and weren't able to solve it. And so, and even in those situations, we all the time we support people who have to deal with something like that, and we can help them. So I think it just wants to present all of these as it is supposed to do. So I'm very sorry, but I was just going to show you during the digital open enrollment. It will prompt that we get a secure access to all of the they have vision problems. We are really here to help. That's our goal. That's our mission. And we're going to provide some handouts and other resources that you guys can find. So at this point, do you guys have any questions about any of this? Yeah.
When we have a copy of the QR code?
Yes. Okay. So we're going to distribute this to the location, and that way they can just scan it on their phone and launch it. Can I do that? Absolutely. Okay. No, I do this all the time. I like to go out in the community. I've been a member since I was 16 in Ohio. So, when we kind of opened up our field of membership, and right now we've got over 70,000 in the city alone. So we haven't really been on it. I believe in Orion, as somebody who has been through every single thing someone can go through financially, and they've always been a partner to me, so. I'll let you-
I understand you have a free checking account. Do you have any, that's your own local, lot? Do you have, offer any incentives for reduction in ATM fees for your account?
That's a great question. That is such a good question. So we do with that premium account. And again, the only thing you need to do to qualify for the premium is just set up at least $500 coming in, which is pretty much covered by most people's payroll. And then spend $500, which I just say, pay your utility bill, your phone bill, and do a grocery run on your debit card, and then you're covered. And we'll refund that $10 for an ATM fees a month.
Do you offer anything to, those that open an account, but they have credit issues?
So a lot of it's gonna be start with kind of a personal credit counseling conversation. A lot of financial institutions will be like, oh yeah, get our secured credit card and you'll be fine. Getting a secured credit card is not going to fix a negative credit score if you have a lot of. What you should be doing is calling those companies and setting up payment plans with them that you can afford, because a lot of them let you pay once a month, and then you can start to climb out of that delinquency slowly but surely, instead of technically giving money to us to give you a credit card that is really not going to do a whole lot for you. Secured products are good for two things: your kids that need to build credit, or people who've been through bankruptcy and have no credit built from bankruptcy. But if you are not in and have not come out of a dismissed bankruptcy and you're just really struggling and I need to build credit, the best way to do that is to lower the credit limits for a house and to get through your delinquency by coming up with arrangements with those companies. And you guys have probably all seen the commercials, you know, come in and we'll get this debt resolved for you. Well, guess what? You're paying those people to do that. They're not doing it for free or out of business. We will help you get those conversations started. And so that's very much something that's our community responsibility. We have a free credit score feature on our mobile app that will show you all of the accounts that you owe money on, and then we will help you look those up, help you look up the name of the creditor, to contact them and start to set up the program. We can even facilitate electronic bill pay to those companies for free to help keep people on track. So that's really what we're doing when we talk about credit.
One question, can I just open account and active bank person?
Absolutely.
Second, okay, instead of a person doing a red deposit, something like in Florida, can a person deposit, that would be still the same as $500 a month?
Okay, so the $500 a month, remember, will only be for that premium check. The free one, we don't care. You can deposit, you cannot deposit it in that. Now for your United Way customers, to get a promo, we will require that deposit be made for either the refund or some kind of employer deposit, just to qualify for that promotion that we're gonna offer. But they don't have to do that. They can still get the account. They may not get it, right? To be very clear though, any electronic deposit for our premium account qualifies, whether that's you transferring from another bank, your employer putting money in your account, you doing a mobile check deposit, you going to one of our ATMs and depositing there. We just would prefer that it be done that way as opposed to bringing cash into the corporation. All right, great. I love these questions.
Yeah, and then, they go through the process on their phone or computer and they'll still deny.
So we'll never deny them. What's gonna happen is if we can't complete the process, we'll send a message to them that says someone will reach out to them within 1 business. If they're doing this during our business hours, it's probably gonna happen pretty quickly after that, and they just need to be able to look out for an email. The two things that can happen are this: we ask you to go through the escalated identification process because we're having trouble verifying your identity. So selfie, driver's license, right? That will typically resolve any issues that we have, and then they're able to get their account number. If it doesn't though, and we're still seeing other indicators that are problematic, a human being has and look at that. And then we'll let them know when their account's been complete and they'll get their account number at that point. Again, it's usually within one business day. But if they get any kind of message like that and it's during business hours, they could easily just call in and we can issue what's needed. Again, the only rejection that they might get would again be one of our team members saying, hey, you caused us a loss in the or committed fraud in our organization in the past. We're not going to be able to open an account for you unless you do X, Y, Z thing. And some people really aren't in a position to do those things, and so it might be better to call her.
What if they don't have a valid address?
If they don't have a home address, residential address. So I have to say this is the banker. The banking rules say that you do have to have a residential address to have a bank account. That's really just something that the federal government required, especially after 9/11, and that's mostly to prevent money laundering. My assumption is that to complete the process with tax prep, they'll probably also have to have an address they input. I would recommend they use that. So that would be whatever you're doing to complete that process. That's the other option. You cannot use a PO box.
That's what I was doing.
It does have to be a physical.
Can't use that.
And if you have a physical address, but you want mail to go to the PO box, there was an option in that video where you could just click and say, I have an alternate mailing address, but you can't use that.
Well, so you mentioned earlier, it was something, 16 so if we come up with a customer like that was many years ago, would they be still responsible for it?
It depends. I mean, it really depends, like I said, what we often see with people who have negative banking history is that maybe something happened in their lives early on where the parent accidentally got them negative and never resolved it. We don't use that type of banking history to make decisions. Like I said, we'll only use the history you have with us. And it's very much going to be on a case by case basis, right? Like the situation you're describing, that may not even be in our record. Right. But if, say for instance, you and your parent had an auto loan when you were maybe 11 years ago, and it was repossessed, you were never able to recover funds. That could be a situation where, yeah, we're gonna have to have a conversation and figure out whether or not we'd be able to account for you. But again, in those kinds of situations, we are gonna have a person reach out so they can have a conversation. It's not gonna be like just denied. Sure. There you go. Thank you guys. Both Matt and Hunter here will have my contact information. Should anybody have any questions, either their own personal ones or ones for United Way, please feel free to directly reach out to me. My cell phone number. Easy, okay?
Thank you. And we're all really, really grateful to Ryan and not only for allowing us to be here for this training, but we pretty much got the notice from the federal government, like, hey, we're getting rid of paper checks and starting right now. And, we serve like 10,000 people. About 20% of our clients require paper checks. So that's about 2,000 people we're expecting to see in the next few months. And we're going to be like, we can't help you. So they really came in clutch. We're very, very grateful. And we're just continuing to work together to find out the best way we can serve the community. So, we're good for lunch. All right, at this time we can do lunch. We've got Jason's Deli back here. We've got one stack is ham and one stack is turkey. Ham is on the right, turkey to the left, and then we have a few that are vegan, vegetarian for anyone with dietary restrictions, along with some drinks. And then we can take a little break. And we also, Matt brought a couple of the pump. Right, and then we have a couple copies of the 4012 for anyone who ran out. We have 3 more copies. So I'll have these here.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
I think everybody's just hanging out. Okay, yeah.
Do you think vegetarian? Yeah, that's what I decided. That's Yeah, we can.
And we're gonna get started again at 1:15.
I was just. And I'm gonna give my email, my house number. Thank you guys. I kind of love you.
Thank you so much.
I think we took our.
Oh, yeah, we're so excited. That's great.
I don't know, what I'll do next time. I am, I wanna be.
I think it actually be that group, they're really gonna be the one.
So I'll just do that way. I'm sorry.
He likes to believe this, but,
Different crowds, like coordinators, maybe a little more detail. We'll have a little bit more.
Next week, training for you, work at the beginning of next week's agenda. Does that work out?
These two trash cans. Yeah, there's some out there, but.
Hey, how are you doing? Hey. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Welcome, welcome. How's it going? Good, good. Well, I mean, here. Sweater. Thank you for being here. We know it's like a chilly Saturday. Taxes don't really go hand in hand all the time, but we're grateful for everyone being here.
Oh,
Yeah, we just had a line. Thank you so much. Enjoy your lunch. Nice to meet you.
you remember with the first one?
I believe that. That is so amazing. I'm Sinead. It's so nice. I love hearing that. We love it. Thank you so much. Which school did you work in? Well, that's awesome.
Oh,
That's lovely.
Good.
Thank you. Thanks for letting me know that. That always makes me so happy. Yeah, I think the easiest way would be to just email her. Usually I don't know why. What's like, let's get like, I have had several rounds, I don't have the, but it just falls through the cracks, and so. That's not a fruit zone, I know how to kind of come back. Right. Yeah. You know, and then it's like. But I think that's.
Feel my heart, I know that.
No, yeah, that was the thing.
Man, busy. Well, you some, you know.
I'm glad you learned.
I'm glad you learned.
That's what it is.
I think there are, I think the people grab those up first.
Thank you, guys. It's so nice to meet y'all.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so
Thanks
much.
for being here for.
Let me get your phone. You know, you'll text me. I love it.
Got over here, you.
You know, I have a digital card. And it's kind of funny, it's like you scan a QR code and then all the info just goes off your phone. Is that okay? Yeah. Hold on 1 second.
115.
So basically all you do is you and then it should just let you say contact. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. It's a weird name, Sinead. It's not like pronounced the way it's spelled, so just do your best and I'll Sinead. My email and but you can always just say. Right. Very good. We'll go with you. I think it's pretty neat. Don't let it sell anyone the app. You could add across my house like that. I'll save this contact and leave me alone after that. I'll text you. I'm just saying. Oh, thank you. That's awesome. Okay, good news. I loved it. Thank you. I keep giving.
Oh, it went in late. Oh, cool. Not a lot of people do that. Okay. And. Feel free to just reach out to me, you can text, email, call, and then we'll connect with you. All right, nice to meet you. Link is kind of cool.
Just to make it easier, because my job title was changed like 10 times in the beginning, so I figured I'd stop cutting out the stars. That helps a lot.
Yeah, okay, guys.
Thank you so much. I'll be in touch for next Saturday. It will be a different agenda, so we can specify a time and make sure. Sorry about that.
Going out.
Oh, yeah.
And you Mr. Quisha, you're not one. Mr. Quisha didn't want one.
She said.
Oh, yes.
Is there usually a room full of people? Yeah.
And then slow down. Yeah. You really feel it's not good. It's upsetting.
Well, that's.
Yeah, it's good. No. Because it is.
Yeah.
Or easy.
So weird, everybody has.
Mhm. Yeah, I got, nothing wrong with him.
When you have a
Yeah.
you know, you have sex.
I never complained about him, you know, I was like, I don't think, yeah.
Is there any other? Yeah. Great.
Okay, I think I know where that is.
Can you know all the addresses off the top of your head?
Well, I've been the same years. Everybody, you know, I was just flyers. They did it twice next.
So better use email.
Yeah, I'll just come to you.
Right.
They want to make sure. Tomatoes, where I am, 10.05. So, yeah, I'm sure it's a bad place. So you can.
Oh.
Well, that's good. I didn't get a list of. Yeah.
It's the full influence, yeah. But offline, you can't, I mean, you can do one with the whole class, you can do like some, all hours of class, if you want, and then we can do. When we do it, when they come back, we want to do it at the end.
Release it. Yeah, that's what the button.
So someone if come again, ask them to come here.
You can also look at it online. Six, seven, 8.
Massachusetts. Well, and you actually, no. And that's, right, so that's what I try to
Well, that's how it's better than the opposite.
They got slides. I have to go all of these things.
What's that?
You're welcome. I just get these hands like. And I'm sure they're using these outside.
my hope is to get them this opportunity to take off. So it's Tuesday, Thursday. So, we don't do here. So it's a prediction. So, but this scenarios, we practice like, so, so that's all. So tax returns to practice later in this way. After you need to get the answers to the questions. Plan on the actual solving the practice version. So my hope is whatever question so that's my hope. And I do give my email.
Which one was it? Was it order you or was it the way? I would just wait. I think we can cover that one. We'll cover the exams as part of the, we don't get into it today. It'll be a session 2 or 3. We'll let go. Because, you know, we like, we don't want to like, we also really struggle with it. So we'll like kind of cover that. So I would just wait until the training. If you're already on your second attempt, I would just wait. They're like that. Yeah. No, fine. Yeah, we'll cover all that detail. So I can say wait until these 3 sessions are done. So today and next week, and then at some point we'll go through that. You know, if you take notes, you'll get to find it. What's that? So in Zoom, there's some much material really covered in one sitting, really. So we're gonna cover the bulk of everything. Everyone in person, and the sessions feel prettier kind of like.
I was saying you left.
So, you know, we encourage everyone if they would like to be on this virtual as well, just because we don't want to ask anyone. We spend 20 hours in person where, you know, we try and get the bulk of it, we get everyone together, but people extra, because I only have 3 hours each, so it's not like another big 7-hour session. You're welcome.
What do you think? She's pretty functional.
But like, I've been emailing them for like a month, but I'm not that person. I need. I met Sean. Yeah, so they're all of them signed in. I'm gonna call them out and be like, I've never met you. I don't know who you look like. You should come sign this. Yeah, all four of them showed up. If one, they're all assistants, so one assistant brought they're kind of like flags. It's not coming, but we had it in the budget. Right, so they can either. That's what I know. Yeah. Because I don't think we do farming. I think that's what it One that Sherry have a library on Saturday. Yeah. I miss having her here all the time. I like Jerry. Yeah, I think that's what she probably does. It's better to have two people than not enough, you know? I mean, I'm really Right. Yeah. We have a lot in the area. It's Binghamton right there, but yeah. That's right next to it. Yeah, like that's what I tried to do. Like, we don't want y'all memorizing everything. Don't memorize it. We were gonna run through everything once we heard it, and then you know where your resources are to find it. Yeah. Right.
No, I'm actually.
Oh, hey, meet you in person. No, well, there's so many people I've been emailing for years. I don't think anyone's in the United Way on Friday. But we can schedule a time, or you can bring us to, or you can find, something like that. Yeah, and I don't think anyone's over there today on Saturday.
I was wondering if she'd come here today.
No, I don't know. Who's the secretary?
I don't know, one of the officers was our site, she retired, she's taking her spot, so I'm just trying to get her my way, but she's on, wait, maybe here.
Yeah, she's probably referring to Janet. Janet recently retired, so I'm kind of taking over with that as well. Yeah.
And no, we don't need them. Oh, okay. Okay. No, I mean, we're gonna get ready to get started, so I want to go ahead and get some, if I can get those other people, but I didn't know if I needed to make an appointment to come and get them.
We're gonna have plans to have a supply pickup day on probably January 21st. But I've been waiting on some email. I gotta get the costs sometime next week and have everything myself before I get like divvy out. So sorry we're behind on that. Yeah, Janet.
I'm just going, I don't want to get rid of she left me check on.
We've already said that, but yeah.
Oh, okay. I mean, it's fine, wherever it is, I don't have a problem, I was just wondering if it was.
We'll work something out.
Everybody's tired and
You don't need that. You just need.
We already ordered the bond, so, yeah, when we had the meeting back in November, they gave me a spreadsheet to decide what all we needed, and what the bundles. Somebody sent me an email back and said that Reno should be back around the week of the 9th. You may not be right, but I ain't already spoken with Maryland and, I can't remember. Patterson, last name Patterson.
Okay, yeah, because we supply like here, we don't supply the. Nice to meet you in person. We've been emailing a lot.
I had to show my face because I was emailing you up a storm. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Yes.
Right here. Thank you.
Before we get started, are Mary, Katie, and Nikisha, y'all? I could talk to y'all this back, sorry, but we've been emailing for like a month, but I've never met y'all in person. I just have y'all small offers, if y'all can sign these, then you keep it out of here. Okay. Mary. Thank you. Then Nikisha here. There's not back yet. It's that line we were on, sorry. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mary.
Oh, yes. Do we have any, I know IRS employees? Retirees. So, for the offline, the circulated at work, we want to get a picture, if you all don't mind.
Then you can get one.
The retirees, so yes.
I do not, I work for United Way. They just got me taking a picture. No. No, ma'am. Not yet, maybe one day.
All right, on three, Internal Revenue Service. 1, 2, 3.
Internal Revenue Service.
Nikisha? Nikisha?
Right here?
Oh, hi. I've got a form for you to sign before we get started. All right, thank you.
Which department y'all work in?
We've been emailing.
I
This is your, formal.
How much you want to picture to?
Read it, sign it there.
She said, hello.
Thank you.
I need your information too.
Go ahead.
Now you just did the break. We did some volunteer.
Was that?
Thank
If they, so otherwise.
I hope you all had a good lunch and good break. Welcome back. So we'll get into the volunteer standards of conduct. They have updated the book. They used to have the certification questions at the end, they don't. And so, it's still kind of early, so we may go into Lincoln Burns, so we go through certification questions, for the volunteer standards of conduct. But this is the publication 4961 that covers the volunteer standards of conduct and ethics training. It says, why do we have ethics training? It says, on past filing season, the Treasury Inspector General with Tax Administration Retictive and IRS SPEC discovered unacceptable practices in a few VITA TCE sites. In response to these issues, IRS SPEC enhanced the volunteer standards of conduct. The intent is to provide guidance and a structure for regulating VITA TCE volunteers and to protect taxpayers. When unscrupulous volunteers intentionally ignore the law, it compromises the integrity of the VITA TCE program and the public's trust. Unfortunately, due to the actions of a few, the VITA TCE program's integrity and trust have been tested. In these cases, IRS SPEC can and does take appropriate actions against the partners and volunteers involved. So what SPEC does is we go out and we do field site visits to the sites. And so SPEC is all over. I'm in SPEC. And so I cover the Knoxville territory. And so we go out, depending on if it's a new site, an established site. Most times the sites are established. We've had sites 15, 20, however long the program has been. And so we go out and we pop up and do visits for these sites, because just like there are unscrupulous preparers, sometimes you have site coordinators, sites that are doing whatever it is they feel like they need to do, can do, to get these returns prepared. And so these site visits show whether or not they're doing what it is they need to do to protect the integrity of not only the program, but the taxpayers that we serve. So the objective for this training is for you to be able to list the 6 volunteer standards of conduct. You do not have to remember those. To describe unethical behavior, to use the external referral process to report unethical behavior, to identify consequences for failing to comply with the standards, and to explain how volunteers are protected. So IRS SPEC defines unethical as not conforming to agreed standards of moral conduct, especially within a particular profession. In most cases, unethical behavior is acted upon with the intent to disregard the established laws, procedures, or set policies. Now, do not confuse an unethical action with a lack of knowledge or a simple mistake. That, again, is your due diligence. If it's something you just don't know, that's fine. But if it's something you knew and you still did what it was you knew you were not supposed to do, then we can't say, no, you want it. So, your volunteer standards of conduct, or VSC. Often volunteers face ethical issues which arise in unexpected situations requiring quick decisions and good judgment. In many cases, the volunteer will react to unusual situations and not realize until later that it was in fact an ethical dilemma. The volunteer standards of conduct were developed specifically for the operation of free tax preparation programs. The Form 13615, your volunteer standards of conduct agreement by the TCE program, applies to all conduct and ethical behavior affecting the VITA TCE programs. Volunteers must agree to adhere to the standards of conduct prior to working in a VITA TCE free tax return preparation site. So there are 6 volunteer standards of conduct. Number 1 is you must follow all quality site requirements. There are 10. Number 2, do not accept payment, ask for donations, or accept refund payments for federal or state tax return preparation from customers. 3 is do not solicit business from taxpayers you help or use the information you gained about them for any direct or indirect personal benefit for yourself, any other specific individual or organization. Do not knowingly prepare false returns. Do not engage in criminal, infamous, dishonest, notorious, disgraceful conduct or any other conduct considered to have a negative effect on the VITA TCE programs. And you must always treat all taxpayers in a professional, courteous, and respectful manner. So VSC number 1, it says that you must follow all quality site requirements. Again, there are 10. I'm not going to read all 10, but we'll go over them. The purpose of the quality site requirements for the QSRs is to ensure the quality and accuracy of tax return preparation and consistent operation of sites. Non-adherence to any QSR only becomes a violation of the VSC if volunteers refuse to follow the QSR. If the problem is corrected, it is not a violation of the VSC. We want to refer to publication 5166 for a full explanation of each QSR. QSR number 1 is certification, and we've talked about certification and what it is you need to do in order to be certified. You use the form 6744, which is a VITA TCE Volunteers Assistance Test or Retest in order to be certified. That book lists all your certification questions. And so for the advanced certification, there are 10 questions. The first 6, I think, does not require for you to prepare a practice return. You just answer the questions based on the scenarios it gives. But the last 3, you have to prepare a practice return. So it gives you all the information you need to prepare the returns. You go into the practice lab, enter the information, complete the returns, and you use that information to answer your questions. So again, the certifications have to be passed with at least 80% in order for you to be considered certified. Volunteer training may consist of classroom training, self-study, and or link and learn. Volunteers have 2 attempts to pass each certification with a passing score of 80% or above on each certification. The volunteer standards of conduct training. New volunteers must take the VSC training. The training is available in Link and Learn and in the publication 4961. SPEC encourages returning volunteers to review the VSC training as a refresher. All volunteers must pass the VSC certification using Link and Learn prior to working at a site. And again, that 13615 shows your site coordinator every certification you've taken and passed. The VITA TCE intake, interview, and policy review training, which is the next training that we'll do. All new and returning volunteer instructors, preparers, coordinators, and quality reviewers must take the publication 5101, VITA TCE intake, interview, and quality review training, and pass the intake, interview, and quality review certification. Volunteer greeters, screeners, and client facilitators who assist taxpayers with completing the form 13614C intake, interview, and quality review sheet. And I don't know if you all saw, this is what the 13614C, where some laying back on the table. This is what the 13614C form looks like. This is what every taxpayer that comes into your site, must complete. And so this is what the screener or greeter or whoever, that greets their taxpayers should be giving them in a packet that they get. And so when they get to, the screener is going to make sure that they've answered everything that's in this packet. If there's something that says no, if it's something that says NA or something that's not answered, that screener is going to move that from not being answered or NA or whatever it is to either yes or no. And so when they get to you, everything should be answered or clarified. So that you know how to input, because you're gonna use this in order to input the information into TaxSlip. Right, so no taxpayers will get to you without a 13614. These most times are updated every year. There's normally a different color every year. So this year, but this one was updated, so it was revived 2025, and so it's yellow this year. But it's normally a different color every year. So, they have made some updates to it, as far as the questions on it. And so, yeah, so every taxpayer will have one of these, and they should have it when they get to you. VITA TCE tax law training. Volunteers who answer tax law questions, instruct tax law classes, prepare or correct tax returns, and or conduct quality reviews of completed tax returns must certify in tax law prior to conducting tax law related tasks. Screeners and client facilitators who answer tax law questions must also certify in tax law. Tax law certification is an annual requirement. Volunteers who do not help with tax law to get tax law related issues, for example, greeters, receptionists, and equipment coordinators, do not have to certify in tax law, but must still complete the VSC or the Volunteer Standards of Conduct certification test via Link and Learn. Tax law instructors must certify in tax law at the advanced level or higher. IRS tax law certified volunteer preparers can only prepare returns with tax issues that fall within their certification level. If the site is preparing tax returns above the basic certification level, the volunteer preparer must certify to the level needed to prepare these returns. Designated and peer-to-peer quality reviewers can only quality review returns with tax issues that fall within their certification levels. If the site is preparing tax returns above the basic certification level, the quality reviewers must certify to the level needed to qualify to quality review these returns. Specialty certifications. Volunteers may take other specialty certifications. Volunteers must first certify in Volunteer Standards of Conduct before taking over the phone interpreter certification. When you get into Link and Learn to get ready to take your certifications, you can't get past, you can't go into another certification until you've taken the Volunteer Standards of Conduct. And so you can't even do advanced or OPI or site coordinator or anything to that nature until you've taken the Volunteer Standards of Conduct. So everyone must take and pass the Volunteer Standards of Conduct before it'll let you advance any further. QSR2 is the intake, interview, and quality review process. We will go into that training next, so we won't spend a lot of time on QSR2. But all taxpayers using the services offered through the VITA TCE program should be confident they are receiving accurate return preparation and quality service. 3 vital processes that result in accurate returns and quality service are effective intake, thorough taxpayer interview, and quality review of the tax return. All sites must use Form 13614C, which is the intake, interview, and quality review sheet for every tax return prepared by an IRS certified volunteer. The Form 13614C guides the IRS certified volunteer preparer through the interview with the taxpayer and allows them to gather all necessary information to prepare an accurate return. Every site must use a complete quality review process for all returns prepared to ensure accuracy. QSR 3 is confirming photo identification and taxpayer identification numbers or TINs. Coordinators must have a process in place to confirm taxpayers' identities and taxpayer identification numbers. All volunteers must follow the site's process prior to tax return preparation. In addition, the quality reviewer must perform the verification procedures again during quality review before taxpayer signs and receives a copy of the prepared tax return. You want to always know what your site process is for photo identification. And so, again, this is the screener's process, and so they should be verifying photo ID for every taxpayer that comes into that site. So that's not something that should happen before that you should have to worry about by the time it gets to you. That's the process, because screening should be taken care of. The process must include using acceptable documents to confirm taxpayers' identities, and 10, by reviewing original photo ID for the taxpayer and spouse if they are married filing jointly, Social Security numbers and taxpayer identification numbers for everyone listed on the tax return, and correct spelling of names for everyone listed on the tax return. And so a lot of times the site coordinators will use for Social Security numbers, Social Security cards, prior year returns, or a statement from the Social Security Administration. But again, you want to verify what that process is with that site coordinator. QSR 4 is reference materials. All sites must have in paper or electronic form the following reference materials. The publication 17, which is your federal income tax for individuals. Your publication 4012, which is your VITA TCE Voluntary Resource Guide. The publication 4299, which is privacy, confidentiality, and civil rights, which is public trust. And volunteer tax alerts. So we get alerts all the time that we send out to site coordinators. And so the site coordinators are responsible for sharing those alerts with volunteers, especially if something's important. Because sometimes the software is updated that you may not know. Sometimes there may be a tax alert or something that comes out that you won't know as a volunteer before you get there. And so the site coordinators should have a book or something that should have these alerts in it for you to be able to check when you get there, or something that will make you aware of what is happening. If there's an alert or something or change that is going to affect you as a preparer. 5 talks about the volunteer agreement, which is the form 13615. Again, that is signed, electronically signed in your Link and Learn once you've completed your certification. You're going to print the 13615 and take it to your site. So if you're volunteering at multiple sites, you want to have multiple copies of your form 13615 so that site coordinator can sign that person needs to sign and verify your photo ID. And they should be signing it as well, and keeping a copy of that form 13615 for their records. So they give it back to you, or just keep the copy you provided. Or you need to provide them a copy of that 13615 volunteer agreement. QSR 6 is timely filing of tax returns. All coordinators must have a process in place to ensure every tax return is timely electronically filed or delivered to the taxpayer. It refers you to publication 1345, which is the handbook for authorized IRS e-file providers of individual income tax returns for guidance on e-filing return, stockpiling returns, and resolving rejects. Stockpile is waiting more than 3 calendar days to submit the return once the site has all necessary tax documents. Tax returns must be e-filed no more than 3 calendar days after the site has secured all necessary information from the taxpayer and completed all necessary tax preparation steps required to file the taxpayer's return electronically. This means the taxpayer has completed the intake interview process, provided all necessary tax documents, completed the quality review, and has provided consent to the site to e-file the return by signing the form 8879. Once these steps have been completed, the VITA TCE site has 3 calendar days to e-file the return. Extension to file returns. Sites can assist taxpayers with filing the form 4868, which is the application for automatic extension, to file the U.S. individual income tax return. With the consent of the taxpayer and when the facts and circumstances of the taxpayer's situation indicate filing an extension to file their return is the correct tax determination for the taxpayer. In order to e-file the Form 4868 on behalf of the taxpayer, the Form 8878 IRS e-file signature authorization for the Form 4868 or Form 2350 must be signed by the taxpayer prior to the e-filing of the Form 4868. Nothing is e-filed through VITA TCE without that 8878 being signed. And so, you need to make sure, well, if you're the quality reviewer, you need to make sure that form is signed, along with the consents before anything is e-filed. No site coordinator should be e-filing a return without that signed 8870. QSR 7 is civil rights. All VITA TCE sites must make available to all taxpayers who seek services at the site information on the Civil Rights Act of 1964. And so spec, when we go out to these field site visits, one of the things that we look for is if they have all signs posted. And so civil rights posters, everything that they receive as part of their packages for their sites should be posted. And so that's something that they can be deemed for if they don't have these posters posted around their sites. So that is QSR number 7. Where it says these posters provide volunteers and taxpayers with contact information to report discriminatory treatment. If a taxpayer or volunteer has a civil rights complaint, we'll refer them to the contact information on publication 4053, which is the white envelope that they receive with their tax information. If taxpayers request the information in writing, offer publication 4454. Publication 4454 is an optional brochure designed to notify taxpayers of their civil rights when the site cannot provide tax preparation services. For example, lack of information to prepare the return is not within the scope of the VITA TCE program. QSR 8 is the correct site identification number, and that's not something that you have to be concerned about. That's something that the site organizer or site coordinator deals with, the SID, and that's just the number to identify the site. QSR 9 is the correct EFIN number. That's also something that the site coordinator deals with, but it is the electronic file identification number for the EFIN. All partners must use the online IRS e-file application process found in e-services on irs.gov to apply for an EFIN or update an application. A separate EFIN is required for each physical location. And so in order for the site to operate, they must have an EFIN and SIDN number. QSR 10 is security, privacy, and confidentiality. Publication 4299 is the resource document for guidance on securing and protecting personal identifiable information, or PII, shared by taxpayers, volunteers, and partners. A copy, whether paper or electronic, must be available at the site. Sites must follow all security, privacy, and confidentiality guidelines as outlined in the publication 4299. All coordinators must have security procedures in place as described in publication 4299. And that's something that is done before the site even opens. BSC number 2 talks about do not accept payment, ask for donations, or accept refund payments for federal or state tax return preparation from customers. And we talked about that earlier. Free means we do not accept payment for our services from the clients we serve. A client may offer payment, but always refuse with a smile and say something like, "Thank you, but we cannot accept payment for our services." If someone insists, recommend cookies or donuts for the site. Taxpayers can make cash donations to the sponsored organization, but not in the tax preparation area. Refer taxpayers who are interested in making cash donations to the appropriate website or to the coordinator for more information. Taxpayers' federal or state refunds must not be deposited into VITA TCE volunteers, partners, or any associated organization's personal or business bank or debit card accounts. VITA TCE sites must only request direct deposit of a taxpayer's refund into accounts bearing the taxpayer's name. BSC 3 is do not solicit bids from taxpayers or you help or use the information gained about them for any direct or indirect personal benefit for yourself, any other specific individual or organization. Volunteers must properly use and safeguard taxpayers' personal information. Volunteers may not use confidential or non-public information to engage in financial transactions. What this is saying is you can't use, so if someone comes in and say, you ask them, do they have health insurance, you're like, no, and you know that your sister, cousin, brother, auntie, sell insurance, you can't pass their information on along to that person to help them get insurance. Even though you want to do a good deed, you can't do that. You know, you can't use this information to go help somebody, you know. We should, you know. So don't solicit business. Don't slide those little business card. Oh, you know I do that on the side. Let me call me. It's not a parking lot, but you take your name tag off. You know me, I was in there. I ain't invite a volunteer no more. You can call me tomorrow. All right. Don't tell nobody. All right. Don't do it while you volunteer. The skin BSC number 3, you can get barred. All right. They will bar you. They put you on a list. We're gonna talk about that later. They put you on a list and bar. All right, we want you barred. There will be some instances when taxpayers will allow the use of their personal information other than for return preparation. Under Internal Revenue Code 7216, all volunteer sites using or disclosing taxpayer data for purposes other than current, prior, or subsequent year tax return preparation must secure a consent from the taxpayer. There are several types of consents: global carry forward consent, relational e-fee consent. You don't have to remember what these consents are. When the quality reviewer prints the taxpayer's return, they're going to have all kinds of consents in the taxpayer on here. We went sign. Oh, this year, okay. No, they don't want to know how much they get paid. And if they go home, they mad. So I ain't hearing nothing you saying. I mean, you said it's in the red. What? I saw you. What you doing? I'm red at her. Look. Down here, nobody. And so they gonna sign everything you tell them to sign as long as it say their refund ain't green. You can flip it over and say, it says a kangaroo. Can you sign right here? They gonna say, they don't even care what color kangaroo is. They gonna say, oh, you guys sign. It's green, okay. It's gonna be direct deposit tonight, okay. Yeah. Is it 2 kangaroos? Yeah, I signed twice. Yeah, as long as it say green, whatever you do. But the consents are included in that packet that they're going to get. And so they'll get a copy of all the consents that they agree to. They don't even know they agree to. So they will get a copy of all those consents. BSC 4 is do not knowingly prepare false returns. And we talked about that. It is imperative that volunteers correctly apply tax laws in the taxpayer situation. While it can be a temptation for a volunteer to bend the tax law to help taxpayers, this will cause problems down the road for the taxpayers. Volunteers must not knowingly prepare false returns. So in order for you to be covered by the volunteer standards of conduct, you need to not knowingly prepare false returns. If it's a mistake, you didn't know, that's one thing, but if you know and you still do, then you will do it. So, to report suspected violations or concerns which you have, you can report violations by emailing spec hearings. You don't have to remember this email is ts.voltax@irs.gov. It's in the back of your 4012. It's in the software. It's built into the software. The site coordinator should have it. If it's something that you have a concern about, if it's something you want to report, if it's just a question, that email address is where you want to address that at. So one example says a volunteer preparer told the taxpayer that cash income does not need to be reported. The return was completed without the cash income. The volunteer preparer has violated the standard. The quality reviewer simply missed this omission and the return was printed, signed, and e-filed. The quality reviewer missed this omission and the return was printed, signed, and e-filed since the quality reviewer did not knowingly allow this return to be e-filed incorrectly. The quality reviewer did not violate this standard. Do not confuse an unethical action with a lack of knowledge or a simple mistake. For a low-income taxpayer, it could be impossible to make full payment and recover from return fraud. If full payment is not received, the taxpayer will receive several collection notices. If full payment is still not received, the taxpayer will be sent through the IRS collection process. This could also involve the filing of a tax lien or levy on their bank accounts and or wages. The taxpayer may be eligible for an installment agreement, but it could take several years to pay the IRS debt. Identity theft is something else that we touched on earlier. Nationwide, identity theft continues to grow at an alarming rate. Unfortunately, there are instances of unscrupulous volunteers using information that they have obtained at a Vita TCE site to steal the identity of taxpayers. For example, using a stolen SSN to file a false tax return to obtain a refund is a form of identity theft. Any suspicion of identity theft occurring at a Vita TCE site must be reported to IRS Criminal Investigation and TICTA. The IRS consider this a very, very serious crime and put measures in place to detect possible identity theft situations at Vita TCE sites. The IRS is continually implementing new processes for handling returns, new filters to detect fraud, new initiatives to partner with stakeholders, and a continuing commitment to investigate the criminals who commit these crimes. BSC 5 is do not engage in criminal, infamous, dishonest, notoriously disgraceful conduct, or any other conduct considered to have a negative effect on the Vita TCE program. Especially prohibit volunteers from participating in the Vita TCE program if they engage in that type of conduct. A taxpayer may look to state or local law to seek money from the spec partner for a volunteer's fraudulent action. Again, it refers you to the email if to report any type of information indicating that any volunteer has engaged in any type of criminal conduct or violated any of the volunteer standards of conduct. Volunteers performing egregious activities are barred from volunteer for the Vita TCE program and may be added to a registry of barred volunteers. BSC 6 is to treat all taxpayers in a professional, courteous, and respectful manner. Sometimes y'all know how they deal with it. And so sometimes those, depending on what site you're in, their wait can get long, and you know how people are when they are impatient. You have to still remain professional, courteous, and respectful. So those volunteers, even when they are not courteous, professional, or respectful to you. And so have one of those bad days, and shooting or broken right. You might want to step out, tell you like, I can't do it with that. Me and you ain't gonna do it. You want to always remain professional, courteous, and respectful. And sometimes the taxpayer, even though you're performing a service for free, they want this when they want this. Sometimes you gotta tell them your dicks ain't my dick. Volunteer for free. Due diligence. By law, tax return preparers must exercise due diligence in preparing or assisting in the preparation of tax returns. IRS defines due diligence as the degree of care and caution reasonably expected from and ordinarily exercised by a volunteer in the Vita TCE program. This means, as a volunteer, you must do your part with preparing or quality reviewing a tax return to ensure the information on the return is correct and complete. Doing your part includes confirming the taxpayers and or spouse will verify conjunction identity, and providing top quality service by helping them understand and meet their tax responsibilities. Generally, IRS tax law certified volunteers may rely in good faith on information from the taxpayer without requiring documentation as verification. However, part of due diligence requires volunteers to ask the taxpayer to clarify information that may appear to be inconsistent or incomplete. When reviewing information for its accuracy, volunteers need to ask themselves if the information is usable or questionable. You don't have to run down a whole list, a third degree, you gotta put on your detective hat to figure out if this information is right, did this depend to live with you up? That's why they got this whole department at IRS called exam. It ain't for you to figure. They come in and they say, I got 13 and a half dependents. They all belong to me. That's it, that's all. You be like, oh, okay, what okay? You know, I okay. You had a social security card, birth certificate. You know how to spell it now? Yeah. Okay. Ain't for me to figure out. They live with you for 13 and a half months? Yeah, all right. We don't have to go into the whole trying to figure out, well, you said this your nephew? Did the mama say you was lying? Did they go to school with your address? Wait. We didn't move in with you. You see, it's like 33 people standing outside. We trying to get it. We trying to figure all that out. It says, when in doubt, make an effort to find the answer. Seek assistance from the coordinator. Seek assistance from a tax preparer with more experience. Reschedule or suggest the taxpayer come back when a more experienced tax preparer is available. It refers you to research or reference or research in publications such as 17, your 4012, or your publication 596. It sends you to irs.gov. It also tells you to contact the VITA CCE hotline if you have a question. Built into irs.gov as well as TaxSlayer is interactive tax assistance. So if you have a taxpayer that's coming in and they don't understand or don't know if they should, what their filing status should be, you're in the software. Software has an assistant that will ask certain questions to determine what their filing status should be. If they don't, you can go to irs.gov. It's going to ask the same questions to determine what their filing status should be. And if they say, well, I don't think I should be there. I think I should be okay. What you want me to do? Because I ain't call. And so, but you can use those tax assistants to help you figure out what should be, or to help the taxpayer figure out what is to their best advantage. They want to always take what is the bigger advantage for them. Who enforces the standards? The U.S. tax system is based on voluntary compliance. Most taxpayers compute their tax accurately, but in times, unscrupulous taxpayers and preparers evade the system by filing fraudulent returns. For this reason, some sponsoring organizations may perform background checks on their volunteers. The VITA TCE program is operated by sponsoring partners and or coalitions outside the IRS. However, IRS is responsible for providing oversight to protect the VITA TCE program's integrity and to maintain taxpayer confidence. IRS recognizes the hard work volunteers contribute to the programs and do not want that overshadowed by volunteers' lapse in judgment. IRS SPEC continues to revise the Form 13615 Volunteer Standards of Conduct Agreement to provide guidance to volunteers and a structure for regulated ethical standards. By signing and dating the Form 13615 Volunteer Standards of Conduct Agreement, volunteers agree that they will adhere to the VSC. If conduct violating the standards occurs at a VITA TCE site, IRS SPEC will recommend corrective actions. If the site cannot or will not remedy the conduct, then IRS SPEC will discontinue its relationship and remove any government property from the site. In cases of wrongdoing, illegal conduct, and or management practices that violate the VSC, IRS spec may be terminated by the TCE grant. A volunteer's conduct could put a site or partner in jeopardy of losing its government funding. Again, it advise you to contact this email address. If you see the volunteers, coordinators, taxpayers identify any type of problems at the site, if you have an issue with your site coordinator, if you see volunteers, other volunteers at the site that doing something that you don't think is right, if you don't want to go to your coordinator, the coordinator may be, yeah, that's cool. You send an email to this email address and let them address it. Let spec take care, do what it is spec is supposed to do. Honest taxpayers and tax preparers preserve the tax system's integrity. To sustain confidence in the VITA TCE program, you must report violations that raise substantial questions about another volunteer's honesty, trustworthy, or fitness as a taxpayer. Like I say, if you're there and you see another taxpayer doing something you know that they should not be doing, you don't have to say anything to them. Don't feel comfortable letting their site coordinator send an email. Reach out to somebody else. If you contact United Way or whatever that looks like and report their behavior. Don't just let it slide, you know. If they're doing something that can put that site at risk of getting shut down, that affects a whole lot more than just you. So if you see somebody doing something that you know is all the way out of order, say something. Coordinator's responsibility. If a coordinator determines that volunteer has violated the volunteer standards of conduct, the coordinator needs to immediately remove the volunteer from all site activities and deactivate their access to tax preparation software. In addition, notify both the partner and IRS spec with the details of the violation. The coordinator can notify IRS spec by either contacting their local spec territory office or using the external referral process. If the coordinator contacts the territory will use the internal referral process to elevate the referral to headquarters. It is critical that spec headquarters be notified as quickly as possible of any potential misconduct by any volunteers to preserve the integrity of the VITA TCE programs. An example says, while reading the newspaper, Violet, the coordinator at Pecan Public Library, learns that one of her volunteers, Dale, was arrested for identity theft. The article indicates Dale has been using other people's identity to apply for credit cards and then using these cards on unauthorized purchases. Violet sends an email with the details from the news article and deactivates Dale's access to the tax preparation software. When the site opens the next day, Violet pulls Dale aside and advising him that he cannot work at the site due to his arrest on identity theft charges. Sending an email to that ts.votax@irs.gov is the external referral process. The email address is available in the publication 4836. It's on the form 13614C. It is also on the publication 730. That publication 730 is the white envelope that taxpayers get at the end of their visit with all of their tax information in it. So that email address is located on there. All VITA and TCE sites are required to display publication 4836 or D143 for AARP sites in a visible location to ensure taxpayers' awareness of the ability to make a referral. The volunteer registry. Volunteers and partners released from the VITA TCE program for egregious actions and willful violations of the volunteer standards of conduct can be added to the IRS spec volunteer registry. The IRS spec director will determine if the volunteer or partner should be added to the registry. The purpose of the registry is to notify IRS spec employees of volunteers and partners who were removed from the VITA TCE program. The registry will include partners or individual names, locations, and affiliated agency or sponsors. Volunteers and or partners on this list are unable to participate in VITA TCE programs indefinitely. Egregious actions include, but are not limited to, creating harm to taxpayers, volunteers, or IRS employees, refusing to adhere to all quality site requirements, accepting payments for return preparation, using taxpayer personal information for personal gain, knowingly preparing false returns, engaging in criminal, infamous, dishonest, notorious, and disgraceful conduct, and any other conduct considered to have a negative impact on the VITA TCE program. What is the impact on VITA TCE programs? Unfortunately, one volunteer's unethical behavior can cast a cloud of suspicion on the VITA TCE program as a whole. IRS Bank has closed tax sites due to unethical behavior, which left taxpayers without access to free tax preparation in their community. The consequences to the tax site or sponsor organization may include removal from all VITA TCE programs, removal of all IRS products, supplies, loan equipment, and taxpayer information from your site, termination of grant funds, referral of your conduct for potential TIGTA and criminal investigation, disallowing use of IRS logos, and holding partner responsible for stolen refunds or other losses due to fraudulent acts in a site. The impact on taxpayers: the taxpayer is responsible for paying only the correct amount of tax due under law. Although a return is accepted, it may not be accurate. Acceptance merely means the required fields are complete and that no duplicate returns exist. However, an incorrect return can cause a taxpayer financial stress. It is imperative to correctly apply the tax laws to the taxpayer's situation. While a volunteer may be tempted to bend the law to help taxpayers, this will cause problems in the future. It goes on to tell how a taxpayer can find relief. You can refer them to low-income tax clinics or to TAS, which is a taxpayer advocate service. And so it says, what if a taxpayer is not telling the truth? A volunteer who senses that a taxpayer is not telling the truth should not ignore it. Conduct a thorough interview to ensure there is no misunderstanding. If that does not resolve the matter, refer the taxpayer to the coordinator. You don't ever have to do a return if you don't feel comfortable doing that return. Just because you're a volunteer does not mean that you have to stick and stay and do whatever it is that you signed on to do for that day. That's anywhere. Don't just take it for life. Just because somebody is sitting across me, if the information they're giving you does not sound to be right, something sounds off about it, your spirit ain't sitting right. Let me talk to my coordinator, let me something. But even if the coordinator says, oh, fine, you go ahead and do it. If you still don't fit, you can refuse to do that return. Well, you know what? I can't. You can't. Can you get somebody else? I can't. I'm not gonna be able to. I'm not gonna be able to do it. You can most definitely refuse to do that return. Do not have to just because they're sitting across them. And if something tells you something is not, because guess what? You as a preparer is showing you prepared their return. Mm-hmm. You can all come back and say, well, yeah, I felt like something off, and that's fine, but you're still connected to that. So I mean, if you feel like something's right, you question it. B, if you still feel off, take it to the coordinator. But if you still feel like I don't feel, don't do it. You can refuse. You had a question?
Yes, so just say if it's their taxes filed and then they end up getting audited. And they say, you're not late out on my tax. So who can they talk to about that to help them? This and that audit, or maybe it's on their own.
And so that's why each site has an EFIN and an SIDN number. And so they know who filed their return. And so but they're not saying you did something. So when they're being audited or exam is looking at their return, they're gonna know who filed their return. Exam is going to know who filed their return, when it was filed, well, and so they know that their return was filed by a vital site because the EFN, and so even when if you're a quality reviewer in their return, you print their return on that signature page of the return at the bottom, it shows vital. So it's not gonna show your name on their return as the preparer. It shows vital. It shows, so if you volunteer at the Southland Mall, it shows Southland Mall vital site is what it shows that their return, on their return, because that's what that EFN belongs to. And so if a taxpayer, we've had taxpayers come back and say, I got a letter from my IRS. You know, I can look at it and see what that letter says, but there's nothing I can do at this point to help you. You'll have to contact the IRS to see what it is they're asking for. So once it's done, it's done. There's nothing that we can do to help them at that point. Once it's done, unless it is something that they were missing, it came back and they said, well, they said I need this form. Well, they say, and so we may be able to go back into the return, add that form, and then reprint it for them to send it in or something like that. But if it's something they're being audited for, then that's out of our hands. That's something they have to deal with. But IRS know that it was before it was prepared by a vital site, which is why you're covered under the volunteer standards of conduct. You're covered as a volunteer.
If we would be like, process the return. Is it okay to just say we're not gonna get, I mean, cause they're, well, we work, they don't wanna know, why have to do it?
You can get them whatever reason you want.
I mean, I'm like, to what, you know, what does,
And then, I'm not comfortable, this information it seems like it's out of scope, out of scope, but this information does not seem to be correct. So you have a lot of taxpayers that come in with a Schedule C, and so with a Schedule C, they can write out what their expenses is. As long as those expenses are ordinary in the process of their business, they can use it. But if you're looking at these expenses, I took grass, I made $12, but I got $55,000 in expenses. What did you do? With $55,000, you want to make 12. How many grades did you really cook? I don't feel comfortable putting this on here. I can't put this, I don't feel comfortable putting this on here. And so you can tell that, you have any documentation to show, I don't feel comfortable doing this. So I can refer you to a tax preparer, or you can leave here and go somewhere else. Another site may do it, but this site doesn't feel comfortable. And so you just said, I don't feel comfortable, with this information that you're giving me without documentation to prove what it is. And so and a lot of them know, and they're like, oh, okay, well, and they'll just leave you and go down the street to the reviewer, or there goes another bike site. Because a lot of preparers, they may get somebody that's new who not gonna question, or they might get a seasoned volunteer who ain't gonna question, and they be like, oh, hey, come on, I got you. And they're not gonna say anything. You know that girl that laughs like, what do you do? I don't care. They're trying to get you out there. They got six spoiled money, right? There's she doesn't know what she's doing. Like, come on, sit down. Right, I got you. So just I don't feel comfortable. Looking at this. Let me too looking at rag. No. I see if you take to another preparer or go to another site. And like, I don't know what you put there to go to another site.
Right, young this is the fact that even if you, they're responsible for the income this time today. It's like I said earlier, not to be the statutory and all of it.
Which is what the next part says, if they're taxpayer review and acknowledgement. Anytime before, if I'm doing quality, if my time for policy review, after the return is complete, that they went through the preparer, so they leave you goes to quality review. Quasi review goes over everything, make sure you didn't transpose the number, you didn't leave the W-2 off. You went through the return, everything's correct. Now I print the return and I'm going over it with you. You good, cause we in the green. I get 12 hours more than I thought, you know, I'm good. What is it? Okay, and so before any taxpayer signs their return, I tell them, this is the 887 time you're gonna sign, giving us permission to e-file the return. Before you sign, you are stating that you are agreeing that everything that's on the return is true to the best of your knowledge. And so that's I'll pay it right when I get my money. 10 days. You check 10 days. Listen, but last one more. Sign right here. But you're acknowledging and signing that everything is on this return is true to the best of your knowledge. Okay, tell her. But I told you, if you review and you acknowledge that everything on this return is true to the best of, and so, yeah, and so, and it states that whether you told them or not, it states that on that 8879. IRS will always go with themselves. They got a whole little blurb down there that says, I sign and say that everything on this return is true. This my, and so it states that they were like, I ain't signing, I ain't hear nothing. It's on you, just read. You know, so you see it, I thought. So you want to make sure that you are telling before they sign, I know you signed to get to 12, make sure that you're understanding that you are signing, saying that you are reviewing this and you are acknowledging that everything is true to the best of your knowledge. Yeah, when I get my money. Okay, just make sure. Just make sure. So it is, I don't know, but it says under penalties of perjury, I decree and declare for the Lord and everything. So it's there. It's on that form. It's on that 8879 that they're agreeing and acknowledging that everything to their knowledge is correct. And I'm on the board always off the information you've given me that I put this for you. So as a volunteer, you are covered under the Volunteer Protection Act as long as you are acting in your due diligence. And so it protects volunteers from liability for negligent acts they perform in the scope of their responsibilities in the organization for whom they volunteer. The VPA is not owned or written exclusively for Internal Revenue Service. This is a public law and relates to organizations that use volunteers to provide services. A volunteer is an individual who performs services for a nonprofit organization or a governmental entity who does not receive for these services more than $500 total in a year from the organization or entity as compensation or any other thing of value in lieu of compensation. So you are covered under the Volunteer Protection Act as long as you are doing your due diligence. The purpose of the VPA is to promote the interests of social service program beneficiaries and taxpayers and to sustain the availability of programs, nonprofit organizations, and governmental entities that depend on volunteer contributions. The VPA protects volunteers from liabilities if they are acting within the scope of the program and harm was not caused by willful or criminal misconduct or negligence, reckless misconduct, conscious, flagrant indifference, rights, or safety of the individual harmed by the volunteer. If you did something willful or criminal or reckless, then the VPA is not going to cover you. Volunteers must only prepare returns that are within their tax law certification level, their site certification level, and the level of certification under the VITA TCE program. Ensure you are only preparing returns that are within your scope. If you know that you only certified up to the basic level, don't touch anything beyond that level. If your site board is saying, hey, can you do this return for me, and you know that their return is in advanced level, you're like, I would, but I can't, you know? No. It is a complete sentence. You can say that. Don't go beyond your level of certification. If she said, can you quality review it then? I cannot. I'm not certified past basic and it was an advanced return. Don't do it, not even one time. I did it once and it got paid, let me do it a second time, no. Number one, you're doing the taxpayer an in-service. Because what if there was an error on their return, and you couldn't get, because you were not certified to the advanced level? Don't do it. And send an email to roll tax and report it, like, what, and even ask. I felt uncomfortable asking to do this. She should know better. This should be your subject line. She should know better. Cause she should. In her name, she whatever the program is, she know. We talked about how to complete your training certifications and the BSC agreement. I will not go over the head with that. We'll go over that. We'll do this certification. Again, it tells you the ts.motax at irs.gov in order to resolve your problems. It refers you to the publication 5136 IRS Services Guide. It states that it also may be helpful when a taxpayer has a question unrelated to tax preparation. That is located at irs.gov under publications. We're not going to go this Ooh. Yes. This is what, by the TCE, this is after you log in, this is what it looks like. This is the home page. Once you log in, you go to the My Learning certifications. And so you have advanced, basic, foreign student, international, military, OPI, and OPI is over the phone. So there is interpreter services. So if you have someone that comes in and doesn't speak English, you have over the phone interpreter services for them. I've never had to do that. There may be some sites that do it. So that site should have an OP PIN in order for them to be able to use that over the phone interpreter services. If you're a site coordinator, you take the site coordinator certification and it's for
Question. So what if you took like the basic and you was like, oh, let's see what advanced, but then like, you have to like, is it a way where it's sort of just pushing you into the advanced rather than the basic that we know that?
So it's different questions for the trial, basic and advanced are different questions. And that's why I say if you didn't know if you want to take advanced, that's fine. But if you know that I would say go ahead and take that then. Yeah, but otherwise you want to take two certifications.
Yeah, we don't even really recommend the basic. We just do the advanced because the advanced is largely basic plus retirement, and we get a lot of people with retirement. So we just recommend doing the advanced for United Way.
Basically, it's probably just a W-2. So anything other than that is gonna not go into advance. So you just may as well go ahead and take that grant for you, because you have it, and you can't do it, you can't quality review, you can't do anything, because once they've gone beyond a W-2. I know. Oh, okay. What I asked is the form 6744. This is the form that you're using, for your certification. From 6744 has, all of the questions that you'll need for your certification. So the questions that we're going to go over is the actual question for your certification.
Didn't have that, but that's.
I had a funny. So, no, so it probably easy for you to make sense. Do I get the hard copies of the truth? So it'll probably easy for you to, it's going to be. I'll just ask.
I wish.
Not, I don't want you to write the questions down, I want you to write the answers. Once you begin, the answers are right answers. So when you go into it to answer your questions, when you go to the certification, the questions are gonna be the same. And so you can go, when you get home, you can go online and pull up the 6744 and see the questions, and so you'll be able to know what the answer goes. Question one says, prior to working at Vita TCE sites, all Vita TCE volunteers, whether you're a greeter, client facilitator, tax preparer, or quality reviewer, must A, annually pass the volunteer standards of conduct certification test with a score of 80% or higher. B, sign and date the form 13615 volunteer standards of conduct agreement, agreeing to comply with the VAC by upholding the highest ethical standards. C, pass advanced tax law certification. D, all of the above. E, both A and B. So some said B. Some said D. So it's not D, because you do not have to pass the advance. So you can take basic. You can take basic and pass the basic, and stick at basic if you want. You do not have to pass the advance certificate. If you want to, you can take it.
Okay.
So the answer is E. It's both A and B. Number 2 says, can a volunteer be removed and barred from the VITA TCE program for violating the volunteer standards of conduct? That's correct. If the taxpayer offers you a $20 bill because they were so happy by the quality of the service they received, what is the appropriate action to take?
Okay, so see.
I don't know, now it says you can take 20 and thank the taxpayer for a tip.
See, don't say.
The answer is C.
Let's see.
Let's
see. I got that one right.
So number 3 is C is
on track now.
Number 4 says Jake is an IRS tax law certified volunteer preparer at a VITA TCE site. When preparing a return for Jill, Jake learns that Jill does not have a bank account to receive a direct deposit or refund. Jill is distraught. When Jake tells her the paper refund check will take 3 to 4 weeks longer than the refund being direct deposit. Jill asks Jake if he can deposit her refund in his account and then turn the money over to her when he gets it. What should Jake do?
You should explain to the taxpayer that federal they cannot be speak. B.
That's correct, it's B. He should explain that the taxpayer's federal or state refund cannot be deposited into a VITA TCE volunteer's bank account. And she would have to open an account with her own name to have the refund or deposit. Number 5 says Max prepares a tax return for Ali at a VITA TCE site. He finds out during the interview that Ali has no health insurance. After Ali leaves the site, Max writes her name and contact information down to take home to his wife to sell health insurance for profit. Which of the following statements is true?
Violation.
He has violated. He has violated the VSC. Oh, Bob, look here. Bob, an IRS tax law certified volunteer preparer, told the taxpayer that cash income does not need to be reported because the IRS does not know about it. Bob indicated no cash income on Form 13614C. Bob prepared a tax return excluding the cash income. Jim, the designated quality reviewer, was unaware of the conversation and therefore unaware of the cash income, and the return was printed, signed, and e-filed. Who violated the VSC?
Bob.
That's correct, Bob. No, he was wrong.
You didn't say that.
Sue, a VITA TCE coordinator, was watching the local news when she saw Aaron, a new tax law certified volunteer, in the story about several bank employees being arrested for investment or suspicion of investment. She saw Aaron being laid out the bank and handcuffed. 3 days later, Sue is shocked when she sees Aaron show up at the site, ready to volunteer for Aaron out on the phone. She pulls Aaron aside and explains that his arrest on suspicion of embezzlement could have a negative effect on the site, and therefore she must ask him to leave the site. Sue removed his access to the software and then used the external referral process to report the details to SPEC headquarters. Did Sue take appropriate actions as the coordinator?
Yes.
Number 8, Sam is assigned to prepare a taxpayer's return. The taxpayer has been waiting a long time due to the volume of taxpayers needing a service. The taxpayer is agitated when they see Sam. How should Sam interact with the taxpayer?
Keep busy, all your is time.
Number 9 says vital TCE sites and volunteers must not solicit business from taxpayers or use taxpayer information for personal benefit. 10 says Bean is preparing a tax return. The taxpayer has a dependent list. The dependent is a child. Okay. The dependent is a child of the taxpayer's cousin. The child lived with the taxpayer a few months. Being prepared to return and indicated on Form 13614C, the child lived with the taxpayer all year. If being violated BSC.
Yes. Yeah, going on. Yes, cause he said a couple of months, he put it down for a year.
Right. That's correct. That's Ms. A. Everybody has answers to that? Any questions or concerns about the volunteer status of country? This is.
So we passed up.
No issues. I'll take questions. You all need a break. All right. Be back at 2:45, please.
Yeah. All right. Sorry, now.
I thought that we wanted to get off on the phone, without.
Hey, good to meet you.
Just sit right there, just sit. I already asked. Now, when he was out, they didn't know what I was talking about. So I had to go back probably a break. And then when I got downtown, I see that. And I'm thinking about the first 5 days.
You don't necessarily. And also, we follow, we generally recruit volunteers and encourage them to go to go to your location. We don't like manage stipend. It's a lot of them go to what they're going to potentially access.
And you got a barrel.
Hoping the Wall Street.
I also wish them luck. I did the same thing in the previous year.
Has been provided. Heard about that, because I don't know. Right? When that was right, it's like a bank. Yeah.
And they're like, fuck it.
No, I would be willing to bet that's it, I just. I don't want to do that. No, you're doing. They're going to quite ignorant question at all, especially when you first hear. Stuff like that, like, like, we'll cover that more. Like, this is more like tax code. Tax is more just like.
Public finance, I now recognize my public finance is pretty good, because I was seeing some things that like,
Yeah, and it's cool to know, you'll not something radically change if you have to be doing tax for the rest of your life, so it's good to know. Reach out to me, but it's first year, you're gonna have questions, I'm here to answer them, but man, I don't know if that's like.
She done got my old.
So there's no like strict time for that, it's just, you have to have your certification before you can volunteer. So it's whenever you plan on volunteering, you have to have your certification completed prior to that. Yeah, so it's open on the LinkedIn platform, all your exams are open. When you're taking the test, it's open note, open resource. Yeah, it's not open neighbor or whatever they say, but the certification exams are partly open. You can take them whenever you feel comfortable having time to do that. There's no like hard limit or when you have to have it by, other than you have to have your certification passed and completed before you can volunteer. You have an option. Generally like volunteering in science, or you have like. It can be, wherever you want to go. A lot of people go where it's close to you, but if you have somewhere particular you want to go, Downtown? We have. We don't need like the full list, because sometimes certain days they're open. We have one at the University of Memphis Law School, which is downtown. So that might be. We have a couple others, but you might do like. Individual days, like certain libraries, and I can get you that information. Just email me and tell me that you are. Okay, yeah, it's whatever you want to do.
But then she got, I guess I see.
Probably last for 5, because I think we still have quite a bit over. We got the birthday one next week. Session 23. I think those are shorter, but yeah, there's a lot of.
They don't stop because they ain't got nothing to do over there. And I'm glad. And she was out there, if you don't pay right now, got to pay for You know, I know, you know, when you see a bus and you see a dog, you talk out when you I'ma show you how she can tap now. From the beginning of the game. I was in matter of fact, they got to go out and go there and stay all day, I mean, all night.
Okay, that's good, 'cause some people say it can't. No, these was the people that did it, and they had to bring
The girls don't even have you think we got time
we're also expanding. Oh, okay, yeah, just. That's nice, you know, the opportunity. She's having fun. People been moving when they did that, like,
now, just as some of y'all come on with some birds out this way. You just trying to see something. Oh, yeah.
now it ain't yet. Oh,
Before my grandmother passed, they got to see they spent without me something. I told her I saw you. And I told her, I said, she said, she be doing everything she told me. I said, I don't know what they doing. And it's with you. How many I know, I don't think I mean.
Yeah, but we definitely, like, if you're not able to make this one, we definitely, we want to volunteer, we encourage people, like, come to the other ones, but it's gonna be kind of hard to like jump in and it's, absolutely. Well.
If you say anything,
We're happy to help with any kind of, resume experience. We think your experience, put on a resume, so we're happy to.
But them signs, they just have long.
You all hear me? We're gonna hop back into this. We're gonna go to the quality review training. This is publication 5101. In all the publications or reviews and can be found on irs.gov. Right, and just like the volunteer standards of conduct, once we finish this one, we'll go to the 6744 so that you all can move forward as well. All right. So the purpose of this training is to assist spec partners and employees understand the process of conducting effective intake, interview, and quality reviews. The benefits of a complete intake, interview, and quality review is to get the taxpayer a timely refund, to reduce rejects, to reduce preparer anxiety, to enhance taxpayers' understanding of their tax return, and to maintain a positive public perception. The intake, interview, and quality review training are required by instructors, coordinators, client facilitators, return preparers, policy reviewers, and volunteer assisting taxpayers in completing the Form 13614C and or assigning tax returns to preparers. So if you're just volunteering at a site as a greeter, screener, quality reviewer, then you will have to complete this training in order to do that. The tax law certification is an annual requirement for volunteers who answer tax law questions, who instruct tax law classes, who prepare or correct tax returns, or conduct quality reviews of completed tax returns. Screeners and client facilitators who answer tax law questions must also certify in tax law. Due diligence is something that we've talked about. You must clarify information that may appear to be inconsistent or incomplete. Determine if the information is unusual or questionable. Discuss concerns with your coordinator. We talked about the Form 13614C. That is vital for any type of intake or interview process that you are going to conduct or do with the taxpayer. It's also vital for the quality review portion of the process. It is a tool that is designed to help ensure taxpayers are given the opportunity to provide all needed information before their tax return is prepared. When used properly, this form effectively contributes to accurate tax return preparation. The Form 13614C, as I previously stated, it is updated. Most times it is looked at every year, and most times something is updated on it. For this year, they moved the dependency question on page 1 close to the top of the form. They updated the marital status questions on page 1 to mirror the publication of 2012. Because in the past, the question, it was just there given a sentence. They added other questions, they added others, the question on page 3. And they added the tax return question to page 3 to mirror the volunteer side. Top 5 errors that were found during FY25: field site visits or remote site visits, taxpayer addresses, reporting dividend income, reporting retirement income, reporting income that was typically less taxable scholarship income, filing status which impacted taxable income, child tax credit, and additional child tax credit. It's so easy to for the taxpayer address to be incorrect. A lot of taxpayers don't know that they update the address with the post office. A lot of times you want to update the address with the IRS, or sometimes taxpayers move around a lot. And so they just give you whatever address they want you to have. So a lot of times the addresses or the address are transposed when inputting address into the system. Sometimes payers are typing fast or they're talking and they're typing, and so it's easy to make a mistake. So that's why the quality review process is in place. The intake process. So step 1, it says to greet the taxpayer. Hello, good morning, good afternoon, nice to meet you, I'm here to help you. And so you want to always make sure that you're courteous, you're respectful, that you're greeting the taxpayers. They're coming in, and that's why the screener is there in place, or a greeter is there depending on the size of the site. Sometimes the sites are small. In the past, me and friends operate a site. We were the greeter, screener, facilitator, site coordinator, assistant site coordinator, pause with the people. It was just 2 of us. And so we rotated, we do everything. Hey, how you doing? We'll be with you when we get to, sit down. So it depends on the size of the site. And so some sites are large enough, they have enough volunteers to where they can assign roles. Some you're the greeter, today you're gonna be the greeter, you're the screener, you're gonna be the, and so they have enough people. Sometimes they just don't. And so they have to, you're gonna be the greeter and the screener, and then in 12% you move to the intake, and then 1% you move back to greeting. The 145 goes to the quality, this it just depends on how many volunteers.
Did you ever get, routed to a different site?
No, so you can go to how many sites you don't have to necessarily, you don't have to assign to a site. You choose where you want to go. And so you can go to the, because all sites have different hours. So if you feel like it's I don't know, but if you want to make something, you can look at the sites, and so you can find one site on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. You can find another one Tuesday, Thursday. A lot of sites, depending on what their hours are, some may only be open Tuesday, Thursday, and some may only be open Monday, Wednesday, some on Saturdays. So you can choose different sites if there's something you want to do all week, just to volunteer time. So you can have different sites that you want to go to. So step 2 of the intake process, you're going to explain the intake, interview, and policy review processes to the taxpayer. Both sites have packets already completed, so it has the 1 through 6, 1, 4C, the consents, all of that info, and sometimes they have a survey. And so that packet is already there. So your greeter is saying, good morning, good afternoon, thank you for coming in. Grab a packet, sign in, and then pencil and have a seat. And then once you're done, you bring it back, and then I assign you to screener. And so whatever that process looks like, your site coordinator should be able to tell you what that process looks like, depending on what your role is.
Is there a certain amount of hours or anything that y'all expect us to have during this tax year? I mean,
Hunter, is United Way, is it 30? Does United Way have a set amount of hours?
For like our site coordinators and assistant coordinators we do, but outside of that, just for our volunteers, no, not really. The only thing we really ask is that if y'all do plan to volunteer to site, we ask that you plan to do so for at least a 2-hour minimum.
And the only reason for that is because we've seen some people try and they want to hop in and volunteer for 1 hour, but 1 hour is really not enough to get plugged in, get set up, and start working with someone, and then wrap everything up. That's all. We request that it's in shifts of at least 2 hours or more. But outside of that, volunteers really, we want this to be as accessible and easy for y'all as it can be. So outside of that, no.
Step 3 is you want to ensure the taxpayer has all the documents required to prepare that tax return, and that's something we talked about earlier. You don't want that taxpayer to have sat there 2 hours or 3 hours waiting, and then they finally get to be screened, and then you don't have it, you're missing something, or you have a W-2 check here, or how many W-2s? Well, I think I had like 5 jobs. And you're gonna have 2 W-2s. Oh, I need all of them. Oh, yeah, And so then they got to turn around and go home. And so then they're mad because I've sent her all this time and you can't help. So an announcement or something, or a sign or something needs to be here. These are all the documents you need. Make sure you got them before you sign in or you sit down or you wait. And so, because the screener may not be able to get to you in 15 minutes. And so before you sit here an hour and the screener gets to you to say, missing this and that, make sure that you have all these documents. About the taxpayer with the form 13614C. If they don't already have one, sometimes if you have these taxpayers that come back, you have some, and that's what the global care for concept is. They can go to any tax site or VITA site and their information transfers over. And so most of them, some of them you'll find they've already went online and got it to 13614C. They've printed it out. It's already figured out. Man, I'm just waiting on you. I ain't new to this. Can I skip the property? And so they already have the information. And so they're just waiting to get it done. And so, but you want to make sure that they have that 13614C. They shouldn't be passing that process. Every taxpayer needs that form.
Like that one said, it was updated October 25. So what if they come with a last year's?
You just want to make sure that everything, most times it just like this was that change, it was just the dependent question, so most of the time it's not anything that's pertinent that they're missing, as long as those questions have been answered. So you as a screener or site coordinator can look at that form and most times it's not missing, so most times it's or if you're the screener, if you would take it to your site coordinator and say, he can't deal with this, but it's not going to provide later, you're going to take it or you're going to make him do it again. Site coordinator more likely to say that person.
I got a question. Did you mention a form that we will have to fill out for each site we go to?
The 13761. Yeah. I pull up so when I go back into Lincoln Learn, I pull up so you can see it.
Okay.
And so it automatically populates in thank you so much because I'm not everyone. It automatically populates, and so all you have to do is click a button and electronically sign it for you. Okay. Lincoln Learn. So all you have to do is print. Okay. Or depending on where you're going, if you're at the site. If you're going to a site, a lot of times you can electronically sign it and email it to the site coordinator if you forgot to print it, or you can print it when you get to that site. You guys can print it.
So this is kind of piggybacking off the other question. Just like she was saying, if they come in, because I'm looking at the one up there, but I'm looking at the one in our little book. It says yours, one of the last line, it says, right there. Did you live in somewhere in more states than in 2025? And of course, this is the older one in the book. It said that you live in more than 2 steps in 2024. Will our site coordinator possibly let us do a pending change or something? I'm just saying.
Okay. And as a screener or preparer, you should be making notes on your 13614. Okay. Especially if it's something they left unanswered or if it's something you clarify. Okay. Then you can make notes on 13614C to say taxpayer clarified this, or he wrote I had 6 32 and you scratch it out and say he only had 2. You know, or whatever, so you can exit out and initial or whatever that looks like. So you can make notes, because once they're done with the 13614C, the site keeps this. And so it's for their records, and so they will be. Step 5 is determining the required certification level. And that's something the screener, if there's a screener, should go away to send to, whoever's preparing returns. So if there's multiple preparers in the site and that has multiple certification levels, and so the screener is going to look at, the type of income documents or whatever that taxpayer has to determine what preparer should get this, taxpayer. And that's why we always try to get to at least the advanced level. But depending on because we do have military sites and all of that, and so it's based on what type of forms the taxpayer has. So the 13614C can be completed at the site upon arrival, prior to arriving at the site, or during the interview with the preparer. If the taxpayer is not comfortable completing all the answers, they can do that with the screener or whoever is interviewing that person, that taxpayer. They can help them complete that to answer those questions or to get those answers. Step 6 says assign the tax return to a volunteer preparer based on certification levels. Readers, screeners, and client facilitators who assign tax returns must pass the intake, interview, and policy review certification test. If a greeter is not certified in intake, interview, and policy review, can they assign tax returns to a volunteer preparer? No. Only IRS tax law certified volunteers may interview the taxpayer. Want to confirm taxpayer photo identification and taxpayer identification numbers. Review the form 13614C. Interview the taxpayer using open-ended questions. Make filing status and dependency determinations. Review documentation, income, expenses, and tax-related events. Photo identification and taxpayer identification numbers. He refers you to the publication 4299 for more information. Acceptable documentation. But you want to see, most sites have their own process of what type of documentation they want to accept. Some accept expired driver's license, state IDs, some don't. So you want to go with your site coordinator to figure out what their process is. Known to the site is another process. If there's a taxpayer that has been coming to the site for 10 years, that coordinator has been there 10 years, they know. And so they know that taxpayer, and so they will accept if they forgot their ID or their ID is expired, then they know that they're known to the site. So this site coordinator, so I know Mr. John. Mr. John been coming for 10 years. He good, and so to cover you can write. Susan coordinator said he good with no ID. You know, whatever. If you're the screener or interviewer, or if you're like, training said I need an ID for everybody. And so, can you mention this? Johnny Good, because I'm, but no to the site is something that they can do, especially if it's somebody that they know. But if you don't feel comfortable, you want to cover your citizen. Oh, that's so good. You and Johnny know each other. Y'all good time. But you want to come back and say, oh, I ain't know that. I knew that. If you did, look here. It's signed today, right here. Your name, Susie Coordinator said, Johnny was good. On this day. I don't play that. Right? Social Security numbers. They can do Social Security cards, statements from Social Security Administration or prior year returns. Again, it's going to be based on the site coordinator, whatever their process is. You want to verify those documents because that name and Social Security number needs to match the Social Security Administration. That's another big error of why those returns are rejected. The Social Security, the name does not match the Social Security card. You have taxpayers that come in, they got married last year, they've been using Smith, they got married to Johnson, they went and changed their name, but the Social Security card is still saying maiden name, but they changed it legally and never got the new card. They're like, oh, girl, I forgot. Oh, that's the, what's your Social Security cost? And so the IRS gonna reject it because they say she might be Smith somewhere else, but she jumped in the system. So I need the tax return has to match. So I need the Social Security card needs to say it. And so they need those Social Security cards, especially for the kids. The kids are a big one for rejected. Because, you know, they got these names, they got 55 characters, and you misspell it, he's gonna reject.
You have to ask for a card to be stopped.
Based on your site board, some site coordinator will accept the card, some won't.
Unless the card is signed, it's not signed. I know it's not.
You can say, go just like where the, some want to big attention to it, some we, so go just like where.
What would you suggest
For,
that question there for the social copy or the actual card?
no, so if they got the Social Security card, copy, the statement, the prior year return, that shows they claim that the penny the last time, I'm just trying to verify Social Security number, name, all of it. So, yeah, as long as you have these pieces of documentation. Because if it's wrong, it's gonna be. And if you're wrong, I already don't. Absolutely.
I have a question, any options for accepting a Social Security card?
So you're not taking it, all you're doing is verify. It's, yeah, so, because they're putting out. So you're putting the information, they're putting the information on 13614. And so if the site is doing a drop off process, then they should be copying. They should be making a copy of the documentation. They should not be keeping original documents of anything. Right, so if it's a drop off process, they shouldn't be keeping original copies of anything other than like W-2s. Because W-2s come in pieces, they come in tabs, so they should be keeping original documents of that. But other than that, original documents, no.
Okay, my question is, previous year's tax return, that has to be, if we're working on 2025, it has to be 2024 return if they bring in, can it be in 2023?
I would say 2024, but again, whatever the site coordinator process is. And a lot of times, they're going to be, a lot of times you have returned taxpayers. And so it's already in the system. So that information is already verified, but they still should have something. They still should have their documentation. We're not going to take what their returns is saying in the system, their return could have rejected. And so even though it's showing in the system, you still need some sort of documentation. So they still need to bring that pretty copy.
It sounds silly, but what if they don't have the Social Security law? You know, they just know it on the top of their head. Because, you know, get a lot of like
They need to contact the Social Security Administration. They get a printout. No, we're not saying anything. I'm talking nobody. No, they need some sort of documentation. That's why you get them options. Go get last year's return. All I need is the 1 or 2 copies, the first and second page or something. Go get that. Go. I'm sure. Go get your transcript offline. You can set up an account at irs.gov. Get you a transcript, something that shows that Social Security, something. But I can't take you. I'm sure you know about holidays, and I can recite mine, my mom, my sisters, the ex-husband, I didn't know he was I'm not going to say something.
What if they print it out from the phone? What if they print it out from the phones? Like from the gallery, print it out from that, like
As long as it's a copy. But again, you want to always do the process of what the site coordinator, because some site coordinators are stickers of what they accept and what they don't. So they're like, no, we only take Social Security cards, documents from Social Security. we ain't taking no prior year returns, we ain't taking no photocopies, we ain't taking no pictures, no. And so it go with what's your site coordinator. So what are the options for verifying the tax with identity? Down to the site is what I was talking about. It says Larry goes to the local Vita TCE sites to have his taxes prepared and forgot his social security card. Larry has been applying to the site for several years and knows the site coordinator. The volunteer at the intake desk asks for Larry's social security card. Larry doesn't have it. The volunteer gets approval for Larry to be covered under known to the site from the site coordinator, as the site coordinator knows later. The site coordinator notes and initials the exception in the additional comments section on Form 13614C, intake interview and quality review. Again, it's going to be based on what this site coordinator does, but you want to always see why. You'll see. If something happens, if it's doing a field site review, and I'm like, hey, I saw he have this card. What do you mean? Oh, well, she told me. Oh, she didn't. I mean, no. And so you want to always get Susie coordinators to sign and say, yes, I know him. It's okay, whatever. Okay, as long as you got a 13614C, it's filed and give whatever. Okay. So they can do the knowns of the site, but you want to know what your site coordinator process is. Who can authorize an exception to service a taxpayer who does not have their ID?
Site coordinator, C.
Want to always review the Form 13614C. It must be filled out completely to ensure all necessary information is gathered from the taxpayer. Answer required questions in the to be completed by a certified volunteer gray shaded area. Taxpayer must indicate by placing no, NA, a check mark or other markings next to each question not marked by taxpayer to show it has been addressed with the taxpayer. Says when is the Form 13614C considered complete? When all questions applicable to the taxpayer are answered and all unchecked questions are discussed with taxpayer and determined not applicable. When the gray shaded area in the dependency section is completed, taxpayer's name matched with social security cards or you only approved. During the interview, you want to use probing questions. You want to engage in conversation with the taxpayer. You want to ask open-ended questions, and you want to notate comments when answers change. Errors or omissions must be corrected or entered on the Form 13614C prior to tax preparation. Again, that's giving you a screenshot of what the 13614C looks like. It has highlighted, can anyone else claim you or your spouse on their tax return? I don't know why it has been highlighted. And that's most times a question that is overlooked. Nobody's what that mean? It is, but a lot of times, a lot of people overlook it. You have a lot of kids that come in, parents still claim, especially if they're in college or whatever, and they don't even know if their parents have claimed them, because you have a lot of people that go on these college campuses to get these, and all they tell these kids is get you education credit. And so all these kids here is they can get money, not realizing that you can get $1,000 with your parent to get more. You don't even qualify for that much. And so your parents probably still claiming you. And then, so you can file a return, not knowing that your kid, then your mama don't even know, you ain't tell your mom, because you just visited somebody that came on campus. And then she go to file hers and she rejected because you're dependent on her. I'm walking to come back, let's hear it, because you did a lot of people knocking you out. So anyway, there's one question that needs to be asked, can someone else claim you on your line?
So if it was rejected,
while you, before you, is it on, or you
No.
know, it must be there? Right here and now?
It has to be submitted, so one, and most times, site coordinators get the same day. And it bounces right back to that is rejected and the reason is rejected. Right, so the site coordinator has to reach out to the person, okay?
The student completes it after the parents.
Then they're on there. It's also good on talking points. So they're on And so, or they notate that someone claimed it. But still, if they're only claiming on the return for the education credit, they won't get it in somebody else's claim.
So they can still file their tax return.
Right. Because you have some, you have a lot of students that are working.
Yes.
So the parents are claiming them for, the education credit or whatever, or the EICC or whatever they're claiming for. And so they're still filing theirs, because they're working, they want to get whatever withholdings they can. So they have to notate on theirs, they've been claiming as independent, so that their returns can be, paid, so, you know. Page one, is on the 13614C is personal information. It asks all type of information, if you're a U.S. citizen, a full-time student, legally blind, totally and permanently disabled, if you have been issued an IPPN, it says owner or holders of any digital assets, because there, I think that was last year, I think it started with X, if you did something with, crypto. And so, yeah, so they love that form to, include all of that. And so these are questions that you, will reference back to when you're doing, your input into tax layers to determine your standard deduction. So because it asks, are they 65 or older? Are they totally or permanently disabled? They have an IPP, and so you're going to answer these questions based on your 13611C. Tax layer. Marital status is also on page one. It asks, it used to just ask like one or two things. But it says never married, divorced, married, if married, were you living on the last day of the year? Did you and your spouse live apart all of the last 6 months of the year? Legally separated but not divorced, widowed? So it asks those questions because of the filing status. And so, because even if you're married, but you didn't live together the last 6 months of the year, they could qualify you for another filing status, especially if you have kids. And so if you are a widow, if you're widowed and you have a dependent on when you became a widow, that could qualify you for qualifying widower versus you having to file single. And so qualifying widower still has the same benefits as you filing married, filing joint. And so those questions are important when you're trying to figure out what is the better filing status for the tax bill. It's new. Well, and so you have to have it for, especially like for qualifying widow, the divorce, no. Right, and that applies if someone is paying alimony or receiving alimony. I've never had anyone come in and see before paying alimony. But it is helpful for someone that's widowed to determine what their filing status is. But yeah, as far as the divorce decree. It says, which of the following does not require dates to be entered? Page one, marital status on form 13614C. It says married, divorced, legally separated, all of the above. Okay. Which of the variables says that's not required?
Oh, married. Married. Does not require mayor.
So it's A because divorce has been found, and legally separated. Not here. So, also on page 1, it asks about dependencies. And I don't know why they won't change, but it says list the names of everyone who lived with you last year. And people will literally name every name down to people who hit here. Well, it says name everyone. I don't know why they won't change it. And so we used to say, just list the people that you're claiming. Because they be like, hold on, I got people on the back. Why they were saying I don't know. But it says this names everyone who live with you. And some people don't know if I can claim this person will be, I don't know if I can just list everybody gonna claim. Because otherwise if they only got 4 lines, they like, hold on, let's keep it. Okay, like, no, we don't need all of them. Are you claiming them? No, but it said it is everybody that live with me. Well, they will list everybody. You get that paper, bill, you be like, who all live? They live with me. You claiming them? No. And you claiming anybody? They just live with me. No. So you have to go through with an X beside you ain't claiming nobody. No. The gray shaded areas should be completed by a certified volunteer, and that's you confirming or clarifying all the information that the taxpayer has put on this form. And so that's giving you information. So for instance, in the dependent information, if clarifying if they are claiming this person as dependent or can claim this person as dependent of the acts. If that person is a qualified child or relative of any other person, this person provided more than 50% of their own support. Like it tells you to X out or mark through they're not claiming. In your site coordinator will tell you if they want you to mark through all of this or. The shaded areas, you want to ensure that all this information is clarified when you're talking to the taxpayer. Page 2 goes into the income. The taxpayer normally goes through a lot of times. All you have is a W-2 income. Sometimes you'll have a W-2 or 1099 or retirement account. You have some that have a W-2 and Social Security. And so you're just going through making sure that they answered all of the information matching the income documents that they had. Also on page 2, under income is self-employment income. It asks if they report a loss on last year's return, what type of income they have, a Schedule C, 1099 miscellaneous, any CK. They have income reported elsewhere. They have expenses related to their Schedule C, things of that nature. It says taxpayer checks box next to the question interest or dividends. Taxpayer provides 4 interest documents and states they have an additional $50 of interest for which they didn't receive a statement. Mayor tells father to review about the $50 but doesn't document form 13614C. So what should happen in this instant is the document, the form 13614C should be documented with the $50 interest that the taxpayer does not have the document for. If they mention it to you, then that should be included on their return. So it should be documented somewhere on the 13614C, to notate for the preparer to tell them, that they are, inputting the $50 additional interest in, because the quality reviewer may not catch it while they should, because the documents should, the total, the amounts should not match the other 4 documents that they have. And so, but they should be able to see on this 13614C when I'm going forward, when they have $50 interest, but they didn't see the statement for this interest. So it should be notated on the document. 13614C, page 3 is expenses. And this where if a taxpayer wants to itemize, they'll have that listed there. It also shows student loan interest, if they pay child dependent care expenses, that will be checked there. Life events is something that's new. It said that any of the following happened during 2025. It shows you or someone in your family took educational classes, sell a home, had a health savings account, purchase health insurance with the marketplace. Other is purchase a new vehicle. And so, because depending on what type of vehicle they purchase, they could get some sort of credit or something like that based on the vehicle. Gets into that section. It has highlighted here the taxpayer needs to check if they made any type of estimated tax payments or applied last year's refunds 2025. There is optional information. That optional information is built into TaxSlayer. It used to be a separate form, but now they built it into the 13614C. And so that is built into the software. So when you are completing the tax return before you to your final, it's going to ask you these questions. And so you'll have to get through it. So the taxpayer will need to complete that part of it because it won't let you get through completing that return, marking that return ready for review until you answer those questions. It should be a way for you to get past it if they refuse to answer. Most time, I think because a lot of them have preferred not to answer on it. Yeah, so you just put prefer not to answer. Yeah, they prefer not to answer. On 1 box, 4, 5 is to you. It used to be like 12 questions. They don't care about their pay. And you look for things, you feel that survey, I do like, what's that? I'll do that way, I'm gonna do that. All they gonna get it, they were like, so. It says taxpayers must sign the global carry forward consent forms, that's true or false?
It's either true or false.
We did not talk about the global carry forward. I'm going to say false, and I'm going to move forward. The global carry forward consent form is saying that you have my consent to send my information to all of the vital sites. And so they consent or not consent to. And so if they went to Hickory Hill this year, then they can go to Southland next year, and their information will pull up. And so they can consent to that, and I don't have to, it'll be easy, and so I won't have to start over next year and pull up all your information. So filing status and dependency determinations. It's not for you to determine what the filing status, is of a, taxpayer. Most times, they're gonna come in and say, I'm filing single, they're gonna tell you what their filing status is. You may have a few that'll come in and say, I'm not sure what my filing status should be. This happened, that happened, and so again, you can use, there's a decision tree in your Form 12. There's an interactive decision tree built into the software and on IRS.gov that you can go through and answer questions, that will determine what their filing status should be or what the best filing status for them should be. I wouldn't ever guess. Most times, if you've been doing it a while, you can determine what their filing status should be. You turn your computer around and you say, we can go through these questions and determine what's the best filing status for you if you're not sure. Or we can look at this decision tree in this book, and you can look to see, and you can answer these questions. Were you married? No. If you haven't been, no. I would look like singles gonna be best for you. Or were you married? Yeah, we're married. Look, she stayed in Germantown, I stayed in we live. I like them, but I don't like them, you know? She stayed over there, I stayed over here. And we still legally there. There you can do verifying, separate, whatever, ask the questions to determine what the better filing status would be for them versus you just going on top of your head saying, oh, I think go ahead and pass it. No. Use those resources to determine what's going to be better for them. You want to always review the documentation. The taxpayer has income or expenses listed on the return that do not require such document, and none were provided. Notate information on the form 13614C in additional notes, comments section. It's just like if they had the $50 in interest. Sometimes bank, depending on what that interest amount is, will not send an interest statement. Where the taxpayer will go into their bank account to see for the year ending, I received $20 in interest. And so they got to wrote down, when the bank said I got to pay $20 in interest, I want to claim. Okay. So just make sure you're notating on that 13614C that they had that interest.
What about in the case of, the 1099, where it's like below 600, they don't have to report it?
So if
get the 1099.
And so if a lot of times when they're doing a Schedule C, a lot of people will have their expenses, income, and all that wrote down. And so you can take their word for it. As long as it's ordinary and what cause their business, you can take their word for it. If it's anything that's cause for concern or you don't, you're like, I'm not too sure. And so, yeah, and so because a lot of businesses are not gonna send it to them if it's under 600. But if they're saying, I drove, but I only drove for like a day. So they didn't send me, but I know I paid $12. I want to keep it $12. Okay, I can add it on the Schedule C on other income, cash income, or whatever that is if you want to add. Yes, if you want. Since you've told me you made the $12, like, no, but no take on the 13614C. Taxpayer made $12. This sucks. This don't say nothing. Pay in the return. What about it? This is. This is. What about? I guess. When you are preparing the return, the software does all the work for you. You don't have to calculate, you ain't got to figure out. All you need to know is what that income is, where it needs to go. If you're not sure, there's charts in that 4012. There's a chart in there that tells you W-2 goes here. This income goes there. And so if it tells you W-2 go, or if they have interest, it tells you it goes on 1099 INT. You're like, where does it? Put in INT or 1099 INT in your search bar on TaxSlayer, and it'll bring it up for you. So you don't have to go searching for it in the software. It'll bring it up for you. And so all you really need to know is what the income is and what am I supposed to do? And so the software does all your calculations for you, all your caps, and so you're not trying to figure out any of this. You gotta be no mathematician, you gotta be no accountant, software does all the work for you. You just need to make sure that you're entering the information in correctly, right? The quality review process. There are only two methods for two quality review process. It's a designated review and peer-to-peer. You should never, ever quality review the return you just done. If there's no one to quality review that process, then you shouldn't be doing that return. Or you complete their return and tell their pair, you're gonna have to wait until somebody comes to quality review, or you have to come back, or whatever that process looks like. I cannot quality review this return. The system is not going to even allow you to quality review their return. You can mark it ready for review, then you can't even go back in and quality review. The system's not even going to allow you to do that, because what we're trying to do is to make sure what you entered is correct. And if you just sat there and entered all this, looked at what you entered, how you gonna know that you entered, transpose the number, or because you just entered? So everything gonna look right. So the process is in place to catch errors, to catch mistakes. Mistakes happen. We're trying to get this information done. We're talking to the taxpayer. The taxpayer is asking you 16 questions while you're typing and you're trying to, and so it's easy to make a mistake. But you're trying to talk to them, you're being engaged with them, and answer questions, be cordial, be professional, and still enter this information in. And so you're looking away and trying to it's easy to make a mistake. So that's why the quality review person comes into place to catch any mistake that you may have made. So designated review and peer-to-peer is the only two acceptable quality review processes that should be in place at any Vital TCE site. An effective and thorough quality review process includes confirming identity and taxpayer identification numbers, engaging the taxpayer's participation, verifying all items listed in the quality review checklist, verifying an accurately completed Form 13614C reviews, reviewing all supporting documentation, reviewing tax law references, and assisting taxpayers, advising taxpayers of their responsibility for information on the tax return. What are the accepted methods for quality review and return at a Vital TCE site? At a minimum, sites must provide a simplified method worksheet, Social Security benefits worksheet, a standard deduction, and all this information is based on the type of return the taxpayer has. And so there's a standard print set that the site is going to have. So when you get through with that return, you quality reviewed it, you hit print, it's going to print out whatever that print set is that the site has. And so if they had a 1099-R, it's going to print out their worksheet. If they had Social Security, it's going to print out their worksheet. If they had, but if they just had a W-2, that package is going to be thin. So it's just going to be based on what that tax return looks like. And so they may not have all of these worksheets included in their returns if they didn't have all the income. So their package is going to include whatever their tax return includes. All right. It's so weird. They just had talking notes. Stop it. Signature requirement. So, we talked about this earlier. Before that taxpayer signs their return, you want to let them know under penalties of perjury, you are acknowledging that everything on this return is correct to the best of your knowledge. You're not. We didn't add nothing. We didn't take away nothing. We put everything that you said, that you brought, that you said was right. And before you sign this 8879, that's what you agreed to, right? Yeah. Okay. Then we can sign. They come back and say, she made me sign it. I didn't. I just see it with an X. It's a sign right here. You see, okay. Am I agree? Yes. When must the taxpayer be advised of their responsibility for the information listed on their tax return? Before signing the tax return. In the course, you learn the intake, interview, and quality review are three distinct processes. SPEC has determined there is a direct correlation between the proper use of Form 13614C and the preparation of an accurate tax return. Form 13614C is required to be fully completed for every tax return prepared at a Vita TCE site before tax return preparation begins. Volunteers certified in intake, interview, and quality review may assist taxpayers in completing Form 13614C. Only IRS tax law certified volunteers may answer taxpayers' questions related to tax law on Form 13614C. You also learn that quality review must include the taxpayer. Every tax return prepared at a Vita TCE site must have a quality review completed using the quality review checklist in publication 2020. All taxpayers must be informed verbally of their responsibility for the information listed on their tax return before signing their tax return. Sites must not transmit tax returns before a quality review is completed and the taxpayer has signed the Form 8879 IRS e-file signature authorization. Thank you for coming. Not me. So these are the questions for your certification. So number one says, all IRS certified volunteer preparers participated in the Vita TCE programs must use Form 13614C or Form 13614NR, supporting documentation and a thorough interview for every return prepared at the site. Is that true or false? True. That's true. That's A. Number two, what must the certified volunteer preparer do with Form 13614C before starting the tax return? A, verify each of the taxpayer responses on Form 13614C. For any box left unchecked, write no or NA, or leave a check mark in the notes comment section to indicate an item does not apply based on a conversation with the taxpayer. Determine the certification level required to complete the return, or D, all of the above. That's correct, it's D. Number three, the basic certification level is required to prepare a return with unreported tip income. And I don't think it should even be.
That's true.
It's big, but it is.
So I thought basic was for like basic forty or for basic like W-2 stuff. Is tip income not gonna be on the W-2?
It's unreported.
Oh, okay, thank you.
So if you look at the 13614C, in the income section, it tells right beside the income, it has or B or A, or M. So it lets you know what the certification level is or the preparer needs in order to complete that type of income. But I don't know if I'm reporting.
On the right side, it says basic when reported on W-2. So I guess it's implying that advanced is unreported.
Right. So it's B. A date must be entered on Form 13614C, page 1, to determine the appropriate filing status for taxpayers who are A, divorced, B, legally separated, C, widowed, or D, all of the above. D, all of the above. Number 5, via TCE volunteers use publication 4299, privacy, confidentiality, and civil rights of public trust to determine if a return is within scope.
I know it's one of those that. It's true.
Five is B.
Oh, girl.
Six, Vita TCE sites are required. Five is false. Five is B. Number 6, Vita TCE sites are required to conduct quality reviews for all returns prepared by volunteers who have less than 2 years of experience. For every return prepared at the site, only when there is a quality reviewer available. For all returns prepared by volunteers with certification levels below advanced, military, or international. B. That's correct. Number 7, in most cases, a volunteer must review photo identification for every taxpayer to prevent the possibility of identity. True.
It's in most cases.
It's in most cases, yes.
We'll go back to that if they know it. We are. Okay.
It's true or false? Number 8 says, when does the taxpayer sign the tax return? Before quality review and before being advised of their responsibility. Before quality review and after being advised of their responsibility. After quality review and before being advised of their responsibility. After quality review and after being advised of their responsibility.
No, wait a minute.
D.
C says after quality review and before being advised of their responsibility. D says after quality review and after being advised of their responsibility.
I said D.
It's D.
D for the win.
After it's been reviewed and after you advise them, penalty of perjury. You will always advise them before they sign. Make sure you know you're signing, saying everything that you're responsible for the accuracy of the information concerned. The site is busy with many taxpayers waiting for assistance. All volunteers are busy preparing tax returns. Can you pause and review the return you just prepared?
No.
Unless.
C.
The answer is C. Self-review is never an acceptable quality review return. Quality review method. Number 10 says, which of the following is true? Quality review can be deducted by a volunteer preparer certified in basic when the tax return required an advanced certification to prepare. Quality review is conducted after the taxpayer signs the tax return. Quality review is an effective tool for preparing an accurate tax return. Taxpayers do not need to be involved in the quality review process.
C.
Everybody get all the answers?
Yeah.
So we've done, the VSC or the volunteer, social,
Daily sandwich.
Yeah, so on the screen is the 13615, your volunteer status and conduct agreement. This is what you're going to sign after you complete your certification. And you can go in, you can do the volunteer standard of conduct, the quality review, the intake interview, quality review training. And you can leave it there, you can say, I just want to be agreed. That's great. I don't want to prepare return. And so you can go in, do those, and then sign. And then you can change your mind. You're like, oh, I changed my mind. I want to. And so then you can go in and do those certification and re-sign the return. And so what this does is it shows your site coordinator what certifications you've taken, what you've passed. And so your site coordinator will know what type of returns you're able to prepare. What's that called again? This is your volunteer status and conduct agreement. It's the 13615. Okay. And so that's done in Lincoln.
And that's what you're gonna print a copy of and like take it to each side.
Yes. And so when you go to in Lincoln Learn under your certifications. Once you click sign, then you have to download the sign form. If you've done one of the tests or you went through and you changed your account information, like I didn't go in and change my address. Once I go in and update that information, then I can regenerate that form so it can update it. So you can go in and download that form and take it with you to the sites or whatever that you're going to. When you go into this site, tell your site coordinator, hey, I'm here to volunteer. Here's my 13615. The site coordinator is supposed to take your form and your ID. They have to sign it, and then they can either keep their copy. You like, when you keep that, I got some more. Or they make a copy of it and give it back to you. But they have to sign it. But they should be keeping that and filing it, saying that you're a volunteer this. So if United Way normally has listed on their website, or you can contact them and they'll send you a listing of all the sites in the areas or surrounding areas. And so everyone has different I think maybe it's on irs.gov. You can see what the hours are. All the sites have different day of operation, hour of operation. So you can choose what site you go to and when you go to. Any questions or concerns about anything that we talked about so far? I want to hold you to this. I want to. We have two more days. So Monday, my hope is to be able to go through the entire, tax law, portion of the training. And so Wednesday, we can devote, all of that time to certification portion of it. And so, yeah, so I want to be able to go through all the tax law, portions of, the training, because, to be able to use all of Wednesday to go through the certification. That's, you all creating your account. If you have not already created a Lincoln Learn and a practice lab, an account, doing that on Wednesday, and then, going straight into, the certification portion of, the advanced certification. So that's what I want to do on Wednesday. And so Monday, I just straight tax, everything, we recap everything we've done today, whatever, and then we go straight into, tax law, answer any questions that you have, and then Wednesday, we're going straight into, the advanced certification. Recap everything that we did, Saturday, Monday, and then go straight into, certification. And so, we're virtual those days, so, make sure that you all have access to, the form 6744, because that's where your questions, that's where your documents will be, for the, certification. And so you're able to, access the questions as well as what you will need in order to, do the, practice returns in the practice lab. And so the first one we'll go through together. And so so I'll be able to walk through the practice, the return, the software, all of that. We'll go through so that you will see how it is to input the information. For the second one, then I want you all to, or I may do the second one, but the second one is more, in depth. So the second one goes into, the 1099 income. So I may do the second one with you all, because the second one goes into 1099 income or dividends, whichever one goes into dividends and all of that, capital gains and losses. I think that's the second one. We may do that one together. And I'll let you all do the first one on your own. But the first one is a pretty simple one. So we'll go through the second scenario together, inputting that, and then I'll let you all do the second one. This is a pretty simple one, and then we'll come back if we have time in order to do the other one, so that we can try to get as many of those questions answered for the clarification if we possibly can on